Welcome to AP Studios, not sponsored in any way by Nikon. We welcome everyone who is tuning in across the world and those listening to this recording. We welcome you to get active in the chat, but remind you to please keep it fun and respectful. Also remember that here at AP Studios, you do have a voice and we want to hear from you. Shoot us an email or comment in the chat if you would like to jump in the sandbox with our incredible panel. Now, without further ado, join me in welcoming your host, the man of the people, the oracle of Nikon, and the Eminem slayer of the Midwest, George!
Eminem Slayer. I like that.
Thank you, Joey. That's Joe Man's Land. For those of you that don't know, they put that together. I thought it was funny. I like it. All right. So a lot to unpack even today. I mean, a lot of videos out there, of course, a lot of things going on. I don't want to, we can't get away from the gear talk right now, folks. I'm so sorry for those that are tired of it. I think you might get energized as we begin the chat here today. Maybe you'll participate. I hope so. But a little news up front real quick for AP Studios. We have our photo review coming up this Saturday, May 6th at 9 p.m. Eastern time, 6 p.m. Pacific. And I already have about 10 photos that have been submitted. I need to start organizing all that, and I'll do that here probably, maybe even this evening. But anyway, if you'd like to participate in our photo review, by all means, just send a photo. All the information's in the description. All you have to do is check that out. Everything you need to do for a submission to the photo review for Saturday night. It's always a good time. We have a good time. And, this is the one time we kind of break away from all the gear hype and everything else and just have a good time looking at photography. Don't worry about the theme. If you haven't shot anything in April this year, that's okay. Just submit a photo that you're happy with and, show off your work. All right. Another thing for the 10th, on the 10th of May, for the big reveal, the big announcement and everything, Simon will be doing a announcement party over on his channel, Ordinary Filmmaker. He's invited me over, so I'll be over there. We'll be in an hour before the announcement. Of course, we'll go through the announcement, and he'll be able to play that simultaneously as as it's happening, and then have a quick discussion about what we heard and everything else. And I'll depart his channel because that's on a Wednesday. How convenient is that for AP Studios? And we're going to do the after party, if you will, on my channel, and it'll be at the same time, at 12 noon, 12 p.m. Eastern time. And then we're going to break it down and listen to either all the praise or all the, all the hate or whatever you happen to have based on what we hear. So that's going to happen on the 10th. And one other thing, I can confirm a camera is coming. I can confirm a camera is coming from Nikon because I tried to get on a wait list last week with my camera store. They weren't accepting anything because they didn't have anything, didn't know anything or whatever. Maybe that was just a ploy. They're great people over there, by the way, though. I called again yesterday and they said, let me guess, you want to get on a Z8 list, which I found pretty ironic. Those are his words. And I said, absolutely. I called last week, blah, blah, blah. He said, okay. And I said, but I called last week and I don't understand why, I couldn't get on a list then. And he didn't acknowledge my comment at all, but he did say you have NPS members that are in front of you if you're not an NPS member, which I expected. However, the number of NPS members that are in front of me surprised me because I haven't seen that from my store on any of the other announcements, even the Z9 announcement. But then again, for the Z9, if you were NPS, you could wait a month. and just listen to what's going on and make your decision. I don't know if it's going to happen this time, but that said, I did go back over to Nikon NPS, applied for membership yet again, the third time, maybe third time's charm. And I know this time though, to check my spam folder, often because I did find out that they had responded on the second attempt, but it went to my spam folder. Why would Nikon USA go to my spam folder? But anyway, so that's the news. if that's not the big news, then of course the big news is more and more chat about the Z8. So let's just get into it. Let's just tear this apart right now.
I think you got your spam set up, Chuck. So if it's not good news, it goes there.
Yeah. Hey, Daryl, I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm using AP Studios as my anchor for a pro photographer videographer, which I am not. But since it is a business now, it is an LLC, and I can show revenue, albeit, the 15 cents and AdSense, but the super chats are fantastic. But anyway, my point is that now I can show revenue from the equipment that I purchased from Nikon and how it applies to a business, a photography or videography or content creating business. And since they are really into content creators right now, as evidenced by a lot of the videos that Nikon USA's been dropping and people that they've picked up on Instagram to showcase their work, maybe I'll find some favor if they don't research too much, because if they go back too far and look at me, well, I'm out because, as you know, I wasn't real fond of their decisions around the Z9. But anyway, all right. So I haven't been looking at the chat, Jeffrey. I hope you have. I haven't been paying attention over there. If you would like to be on the panel with us today, it's as simple as letting me know, sending an email to apstudios001@yahoo.com, and we'll bring you in. We'll bring you in the panel because it could get feisty. I will tell you, I did not sleep very well last night. And I suffer from, and you're waiting for some high-speed disease. That's not it at all. Sinus infections. And I don't know why for the last 10 years, I've had a problem with sinus infections. But anyway, and that's kind of kicking me in the behind right now. So anyway, all right, enough babbling. I see you guys are over chatting away. I have no idea what's going on.
J-Rod drove by my neck of the woods and he didn't stop to say hi. Shame on you, buddy. You should have stopped by.
Yeah.
Even if it was for a half an hour, you should have stopped by just to have a chat on the porch and have a beer or something.
J-Rod's been on the go lately, traveling up and down the coast, it seems like. Hello, Albert. Good to see you, man. Haven't talked to you in a while. We got to link up so we can chat a little bit. Why couldn't you get NPS? That's a good question, Manila. I don't know. They hate me. I don't know.
I got rejected when I applied because it's funny. They actually changed some verbiage on their Nikon USA to say, oh, if you're a content creator, we want you, sign up for NPS. And you sign up for NPS and they say you go through a couple tiers of interrogation and questioning. And then it's basically, well, if you can't show that you derive a primary income from photography, then we can't accept you. So it's like either you want a content creator or you only want content creators that are doing movies and making a ton of money. I don't know, but you don't want a regular content creator unless he's making big bucks, I guess. So yeah, I don't know. I got the stamp of disapproval.
Yeah, drunk wedding photographers talking about that now. Even though I have an F5 and F6 and I'm a working pro, I do not qualify for NPS. Lame. Yeah, that's strange.
Well, those cameras are probably outdated and they don't count towards the the points anymore. You know what I mean? When you go and you put in your gear, if it's not new enough, it doesn't show up and you can't get enough points.
Yep. Only Mozman, your wife put Nikon on the spam list. Probably true. I saw our Canon shooter, Mr. Kevin Nordstrom's in here. How you doing, Kevin? He says he feels a 12-hour live stream on the 10th. Whew, man, 12 hours in this chair, man, that would be a tough one. However, it could be exciting enough, or I might have to just shut the stream down because we're all throwing things at each other. I don't know.
Buy one of those massage chair attachments so that you could survive 12 hours.
Yeah. And David, hey, congratulations. You got on the wait list 2 months ago, man. I'm glad to hear that. And that's what you have to do. So again, I go back to what I've said before. If you start complaining that you have to wait for a year to get a camera, but you didn't order it in the first 3 months, well, I'm sorry. I have no pity for you. You got to be bold. You got to make the decision. We all know how Nikon is as far as production goes. Well, we don't know why, but we know how it works. So you got to jump in early, take a chance. And I know a lot of people say, well, I'd like to see it, out in the field being used. Yeah, I like all that too, but you just got to be bold. Sometimes you just got to take a chance.
Well, what's interesting is one day, Chuck, the next day after the Red announcement came out, that's when that "Are You Ready" launch thing came out within 24 hours. And so you have to wonder how much the Z8 was held back because they were waiting to see how that legal stuff was going to go. Who knows? I mean, well, I guess we'll never really know the real answer. I'm sure we'll never.
No, we won't. And we won't even know the real answer as to why they dismissed the case. Both sides dismissed the argument on both sides. But yeah, I agree with you, Jeffrey. I brought that up the other day talking about it. It is convenient that it happened that way. And there could be a lot of truth to that Nikon was pretty sure, but this is one of the big things that they want to drop in their announcement. And if it had gone the other way, there may have been some kind of delay or something in being able to provide all the bells and whistles that they want to put in the Z8. So I think it all looks good now though, doesn't it?
Yeah. Let's hope it allowed them more time to have more product available. If anything, maybe they'll have more to satisfy the orders.
Joe Man's Land's in here as well. I'm going backwards in the comments. You all probably figured that out. Wait a minute. I've made that comment 15 minutes ago. APM or AMPM MBE. Wow. That's a mouthful to say. Welcome. Haven't seen you before, but welcome to the community. Really happy you're here. And by all means, engage in the chat, or if you would like to be on the show, just let me know. I'm easy that way.
Yeah, like you said, if you want it and you don't put in for it ahead of time, then you're going to have Mr. T calling up and saying, "I pity the fool."
Yeah. So David says, does this mean you've been testing the Z8 for the last month and cannot say anything? I can't say anything, David. Oh, yeah, me testing the Z8. Wouldn't that be a hoot? So let me jump on down here because I know there are a lot of comments. Just tried to get up there and catch up with at the beginning.
A lot of people on, that's for sure. Seems like Mega Briar Patch. Hello. Man.
Joe Man's Land.
Yeah.
He said, NPS looked at my application and rocked the Gandalf. You shall not pass.
Yeah.
Let's see. Jeff and Leslie. Interestingly, Canon let in their, I assume it's you, let you in, Jeff, in their professional service first try. I sent links to my YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook group, approved in a couple of hours.
Wow.
All right. That's it. I'm switching, people.
Time to switch, baby. Everybody switch.
I'm switching because NPS won't allow me to be part of the fellowship. Fellowship of the Ring. Oh, man. Daryl says he has a feeling that rumors are going to be right on what it is, but people were way too low with price. They thought it would be. Okay, so that's a good point to jump off on. But this is one of the talking points I have for today is on the pricing and what the Z8 is. And so I want you guys to jump in and talk about this as well. I think the price will be 4,000 and below. Okay, it may be 39.99.99, even though Nikon likes that 96 in there, either in the cents or the last dollar part. I really believe that, because Nikon can't get. I mean, look at where we're at right now, and there are people that are talking about a Z86 or Z86, a Z8X or whatever. And I'm not going to say that it's impossible. Who knows what Nikon's going to do, because they proved us this year that they are not predictable at all. And last year, and even with the Z9, who predicted the Z9? I sure didn't. But anyway, how many cameras can Nikon have at the higher tier level? So right now you've got a Z9. We expect we're going to have the Z8. We expect to have a Z7, or maybe you don't, but I do, a high megapixel Z7 body. Who knows what that's going to be? I mean, how many upper tier cameras can Nikon have before they reach down to the lower tier and start supporting, all the other photographers out there? So, if we got a D8, a Z8 now, and a Z8X here, somewhere in the near future, and then a Z7 III, or maybe you don't think the Z7 series is going to last. I think that's crazy talk, to be honest with you. I don't think it's going anywhere. And then we have the Z6 III, which is not upper nor lower. It's just the in betwixt. I think it's going to be a great hybrid camera. And, how can Nikon did say that they're going to concentrate on higher end cameras, didn't they? Everybody remember that? So maybe that is where they're going. Maybe that's why these cameras, these bodies are coming out first. I don't know.
But then they snookered us, Chuck, afterwards, and they threw out a Z30.
Yeah. I think somebody was carrying around a bunch of XP6 processors in their pocket and said, hey, we got to get rid of these and make a vlogging camera. No, I don't know. And it is a good little camera. And some of you have bought it. I know that too. So anyway, I don't know where Nikon's going to go with this. It's going to be interesting. And of course, Nikon rumors, and it is just rumors. This is the one time I'll say for certain, it is just rumor, that the ZF will come out. Never heard anything about it. I know from some of you folks, I say some of you, because I don't think the majority are standing in line waiting for a ZF. There are more people that are waiting for a pro APS-C body than there are for a ZF. So, but I don't know how Nikon's going to approach this. I really don't. The ZF could be the next in line. Personally, I think, not that I want, although I would like to have it, I may buy it somewhere down the road. I think Nikon should be looking at the Z6 III as the next camera. I know it's going to hurt some people's feelings, but there are more of you Z6 III shooters out there than there are pro body APS-C shooters. I know it's going to hurt your feelings. I understand. I know you want it, and I understand that. But I don't know that Nikon's going to prioritize that, and it's going to be one of the next few cameras. But we'll see, because it's primarily the only people that want that are the bird and wildlife shooters. That's it. Those are really the only people that want that pro APS-C body. Why? Because I can put a 600 on it and it becomes a 900, or so on and so forth. I understand that. But how many people are going to buy a pro APS-C body to go out and shoot portraits? Not that people can't before you start sending the hate mail, but how many people are looking into a pro APS-C body in the Nikon camp for portraits, weddings, and everything else? I'm just saying. So I think the Z6 III would be the next should be the next logical camera, but man, I will not bet any money on it. I have no idea what Nikon's up to. The Z8 will give us a glimpse into maybe where they're going next. So don't ask me how. We'll have to talk about that in the after party. So anyway,
Millerod saying he's going to send a photo in for Saturday,
cool.
Which is great.
That's great. All right.
Rod's got his 800, so he can Just be careful where you aim it at there, J-Rod. That's a lens that could get you in a lot of trouble.
Oh, man. Man. Super chat. Yaman, man, you keep doing this, brother. Thank you very much. Again, every penny helps. Restream ain't cheap, but I'm not begging for money, as you guys know. But thank you very much. I am humbled every time somebody does that. I appreciate it. And yes, I know the M&Ms I have to buy on my own. That comes out of my pocket. But everything that you guys might donate, and all the 99 cents of AdSense that I've received from YouTube, it's a rich man. I'll tell you, everybody should start a YouTube channel. You'll get rich quick. Let me tell you.
Start ordering those boxes of 100 of the T-shirts pretty soon.
Yeah, exactly. But thank you very much, Yaman. I appreciate that. All right. Joe Man says he's going to start his own NPS group. Let's see. Where you get to keep the old gear you already have. You receive zero benefits, but the joy your bank account shall fill. Okay. Joe Man's land. Oh, man. Jeff, I saw your comment. I'm trying. Robert Silver, you can join if you want. Oh, you're on your way to work. All right, man. Well, thanks for dropping in to say hi.
Just the heck would work. Come on, the channel.
Blow it off.
Blow it off. Yeah.
You're made of money, man. You're made of money. I'd rather have your money than a license to steal. Are you kidding me? Oh. All right, so we're getting back down here, getting into the Z8 again, and I love the chat that's going on, guys, as you all know. I'd like to get a bunch of more of you in here so we can really stir it up and get it going. So if anybody would like to join again, just send me an email. I may put the link in the comments later on, but send me an email now if you'd like to jump in here and chat it up with us. I think it's going to be a low 4,000 range. Hard to see them dropping the price more than 1,500 based on the rumored specs compared to the Z9. We expect weird things to happen.
Yeah.
I
always thought maybe the 850 came out at 3,500, and I was just kind of guessing it would be 300 to 400 more than what the D850 was. So that would be, the 3,900 ballpark. And, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, it makes it interesting. I'll tell you, if the specs are, if the rumored specs are true, and it's interesting when they did the Z8 Z9 comparison, they didn't really talk any video specs at all. It was just everything but video specs. The video specs were quote unquote leaked out on a different feed, but I don't know. I'm in a different position now. Having the Z9. I can't say I'm not excited for the Z8. I'm excited for everybody that owned a D850 that didn't want to shell out $5,500. That hopefully now they can feel they got a camera that is going to blow away the D850 like the Z9 did at a more affordable price, and can make the switch to mirrorless. I think it'll be great for them and for Z9 owners that want a second body, or whether it be to have another different lens on it, so you're not switching lenses on the beach and worrying about junk getting in your camera. Then that's going to help your pocketbook a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see what the 10th brings up.
People are going to complain, just like Phil says. People are going to complain no matter what. It's hard to please everyone. Of course it is. No camera maker is going to drop any one model, and everybody, to the last person, is extremely happy with it, because there are always going to be somebody that wanted something different. And get ready for that. That's what we're going to hear, with the Z8. Everybody's going to talk about, I'm not, they're already talking about it. I'm not buying it if it has this. I'm not buying it if it doesn't have that. I'm not buying it if the price is this. I'm not buying it, because I don't know. It's just one thing after another. So, why the Z8 now? Why the Z8? Because the Z9 was too expensive, even though it was very reasonably priced, in my opinion, for what it does. It was too expensive for some people. It was way out of their budget. Even then, some people did push their budget to actually buy the Z9 and own it. It's too big for a lot of people, and I don't understand that point, except for the fact those that would love it for its video features. It is a big body to, actually use. And I dropped a video. I don't know if for everybody that's on AP Studios group over on Facebook, I dropped a video there, and it's a Sony shooter. Great guy, man. I actually subscribed. I want to follow this guy. I just like everything about him, man. He's a family man. Anyway, he took the Z9 last minute on a vacation to UK and shot it there, and he fell in love with all the video features. He loved it. As a matter of fact, he shot the video in 8K. There you have it, 8K. Imagine that. But it is lovely. It really is. The video that he took is beautiful. But he won't buy it. Why? It's too big. And there you have it. So I think the Z8 meets the happy place in the hearts of a lot of people. And remember when the Z9 came out, there were a whole lot of people talking about that. Man, if they just put this in a smaller package, I'm in. So now we're going to get it. And it seems like all those people have just kind of sat back and not saying anything. And all the complainers are out there. We want 61 megapixels, we want a slower sensor. I mean, that's what they're saying, because there is no stacked 60 megapixel sensor out there that we know of. But maybe that's what they mean. Maybe they wanted stacked. You're getting a stacked sensor in this camera. If it is what we believe it is, based on the rumors, a stacked sensor camera. I mean, come on, people. And I'll say it's going to be right under $4,000. How can you complain about that?
Yeah, and stop whining about the battery, people. Get a set of whats. Darn well the SEPA ratings are, if you're shooting out in minus 45-degree temperatures. I mean, if you're shooting it in a relatively temperate climate, you're going to get 2 to 3 times the shots than what they're posting for the battery. Mm-hmm. And that from history. It's the same battery that's in the D850. It's the same battery that's in the Z7 too. That the battery, you're going to get 1,000 plus shots. So chill a little bit and relax. I never saw so many people going nuts over the battery.
Or the price. Again, I said this the other day jokingly, the only thing anybody believes about this camera is the price. All of a sudden, that's the big talking point, the price. It's going to be what it's going to be, but I wouldn't be too afraid just yet. Wait till the announcement. And the battery. Come on, people, common sense. Where has common sense gone in the world? I mean, I don't understand that battery thing, like you were saying, Jeffrey. It just doesn't make sense. Well, I'm not buying it because it's only 270 shots. Do you really believe that? I don't know the SEPA standard, and they posted how SEPA tests the batteries and all that. But you know what? I have never in a Nikon camera seen it actually follow the SEPA standards for longevity. I really haven't. Matter of fact, it's always 3 to 4 times whatever the SEPA rating is. So, I mean, common sense, people, common sense. Come on. We're smarter than that. So I just ticked off a lot of people that are worried about that battery rating. 100 megapixel. Well, not for me, Cooley, but there are people that would like to see a 100 megapixel camera.
Well, so that's called medium format, my friend, when you want to go that high.
Yeah. I mean, I hope Nikon does one, Well, I don't know. I don't know if I do or I don't. I hope people get what they want, but I don't want it to be detrimental to Nikon. So I'll leave that right there.
Well, it's like if a camera had 90, it's like if the camera has 95% of everything you wanted, one should be very happy. But it just seems like that 5% that they don't get, everybody wants to hammer about. And then if they're 98% happy, then they're just going to complain about the price. And it's like, then wait for the Z6 III, and which, hey, I'm on a list for the Z8, but I'm not going to decide. I'm on the list. I'm not going to decide if I'm going to buy it till I see all the specs, till I see all the, as they say, the minutia, the stuff. Okay, you're putting in the, some of those portrait photography effects that you can do. Okay, is that work only in JPEG, or does that apply to raw images as well? I wouldn't be surprised if it's just JPEG, but until and the buffer. Okay, how long? If you're someone that has to take pictures and hold on that button 20 frames a second for a fair amount of time because of your subject matter, I don't think the buffer is going to be the same. So, but for 95% of the people, you're going to have enough of a buffer for bird photography where you're shooting in bursts. Don't panic. It'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be absolutely fine.
Based on the rumor, we already, a rumor, we don't know. We can't confirm it right now, but even the rumor states has AI in one of the bullets. I think that's on the skin smoothing or whatever, or portrait, whatever they call it.
Yeah.
So guess what? There's going to be a lot more AI in this camera than there is in the Z9. Now, I don't know how much firmware updating they can do on the Z9, but I'm sure, after the Z8, the Z9 is going to get anything that is firmware that's been developed along with the Z8. It'll get that as well. But with that said, then that's part of that new tech that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about hardware, but just new tech on whatever. It could be hardware as well. We don't know how much heat they've whittled away from all the processing that's going to take place. How maybe they're going with a new body, a new composite body, where we always talk about metal being the best heat dissipation. And we've had some folks join in and talk about, no, not necessarily, blah, 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 thermoplastic, whatever can be. Well, I don't know. I'm not an engineer, but if you want an engineer, go to a Nikon room.
Impregnate the material with,
Yeah.
And I like this. J-Rod says, does my wife know I'm on the list for a Z8? Well, I mentioned the Z8, and she looked at me and she gave me the look like, oh, so another one. So she says, what? You need another camera? And then I explained why I need another mirrorless body. And I think she just assumes that it's going to happen. But like I said, if it turns out that I'm like, so about it, which I might just wait for a Z6 III or something. I mean, I'm not in a position where I have to have one tomorrow.
Oh man, yeah, and you're going to have at least a few hours. I mean, a whole lot more than that from the time that the announcement takes place till it ships to make your decision.
Yeah. I mean, I'm on the list. The worst thing that happens is when I get the phone call that they have it, I either say, push me down the list farther, or I'm ready to go. Here's, if you're 50-50, get yourself on a list. Worst thing you do is you change your mind, and it isn't going to cost you anything as long as you don't go to a dealer that wants a deposit. And most of the ones I've ever dealt with don't ask for any money up front.
No, because the small brick and mortar stores out there are looking for business, and now it's all, you don't have to live near it anymore with the advent of, the internet and being able to order online and so on and so forth. Yes, it's not walking into the store and feeling things. I understand that, but you still get a little better service because they're smaller and you get to talk to the representatives there. I'm not taking anything away from B&H. B&H is if you need it and nobody else has it, they probably do store. Adorama as well. Nikon will surprise us with one more new body. You mean at the announcement, James? I don't see two bodies in the same announcement. It could happen. Don't get me wrong. But again, I go back to, I want to see Nikon show us their production capability. And that's what the Z8 is going to do, or whatever the camera is. That is definitely going to show us what kind of production capability they actually have right now and how much they can keep up with demand of bodies. I don't know what isn't still in production right now. Obviously the Z9 is. I would guess that the Z30 is. I have no idea about the Z6 II, Z7 II. So what bodies are in production right now? how much room did they have to make for the Z8 in production? So, however this camera, however it goes in delivery of the camera, will give us a peek into what we might be able to expect down the road. So, I don't know. I may have just confused everybody with that. Chris talking about the Asian markets are waiting for a full frame ZFC, the ZF, and they'll sell like hotcakes there. Yeah, you know what? That camera's going to sell. You know what? It will sell, but at what price point? That's the next thing. You know, what would everybody expect it to be? And how much would people be willing to pay? And I know here comes the next question from the folks out there. Well, it depends on what it is. Yeah, I get that. But I mean, do you have an amount of money that you would be willing to spend on a ZF? If it's a $3,200 camera, are you going to buy the ZF? Well, it depends on which, I guess, sensor it has in it and everything else. But I just don't, guys, I don't see this being a huge seller. I really don't.
The nostalgia is only worth so much money to me. You know, I like the old style as well, but I can't do things as quick with the old style as the new style. So it's like you want to slow down your photography and you use it for a street photography camera or portraits. That's fine, but it depends what you're shooting, and then how much are you willing to pay for the fact that it has that retro look. It's
all right, hang on, guys. Let me answer an email here real quick. All right.
And QSR is on, and let's see. Yaman is taken off. He can't make Saturday, so.
Oh, Yaman, man, I hate to see that.
Says he'll see you at the launch event.
All right, thanks, Yaman. Appreciate you being in here as always, man. Love you, dude. All right, I'm getting down here to some. Rod Von Rat. He says, "Yeah, cheers on the Z63 next." Yeah, and I'm definitely not saying that's going to happen, Rod. But in my opinion, that's where Nikon needs to go next. That we shall see. We shall see. You're keeping an eye on at least the bottom, Jeffrey. Don't let me miss anything that's time sensitive as I continue to work my way down there, if you would. I'm not close.
Mosman says he has cheeseburger tracking built in.
Oh. Cheeseburgers.
I don't know if it was David Stewart or somebody who said something about snowman tracking on one of the other streams. I thought was funny. Let's focus on the carrot, you know?
Oh, man. Yeah, here we go. David, it's falling on deaf ears. They don't want DX mode. They want a DX body. I know you know that. But all right, we got a new guest. Everybody welcome Mr. Peter Gregg. Peter, welcome, sir. Welcome. Watched your video this morning on your R6.
Oh, howdy. How you doing?
Doing well, sir. How about yourself?
I'm doing very well. I saw you were on, and I figured you honored me by letting me come on before, so I'm back.
well, you're welcome. I don't know if we honored you or you honored us by just coming on, but I appreciate you being in here. We're going through all the chat. You know, you've been listening, I guess, a little bit beforehand. You know, the Z8 mania that's going on. And yes, it's going to happen. We all know that, but there's so much speculation on this camera that there's no way to get away from it right now in the Nikon camp. I mean, I understand why Canon and Sony are fed up with hearing about it on YouTube. And, for all you Canon folks, I saw an ordinary filmmaker this morning, Simon, talking about the R5 II. And I think the R1 was mentioned in, some of the chat there too. The R1 I'm looking forward to, honestly, because I want to see what it is, because it's a great peek into where Nikon goes next with their Z9 series. And the R5 II, I'm sorry to hear it's delayed for you guys, but you know what? You still have a great camera in place, the R5. We at Nikon, Have nothing right there. I mean, I'm getting in trouble for this, but I mean, if anybody thinks the Z7 series is going to stand up to what we're going to see in a Z8, well, I can't help you. But yeah, that's one of the things that's going on with us over here, Peter, is just the Z8 mania.
You just kiboshed your NPS chances.
Yeah, I know. I've applied for NPS 3 times, or this. I just applied yesterday. That was my 3rd time, Peter, and they've turned me down.
They did? They turned you down?
Yeah.
I used to be in NPS. I don't know if I'm in it anymore. I don't think I've kept up with them. I'm on the professional level. I've pretty much retired, but in the activity and the interest level, I'm very active. So what caught my attention, and the reason I said, "Oh, let me come on and say hi to Chuck," first was to thank you because you allowed me in before. And the second is you were saying something. I know that this gang here wants to talk about cameras. Okay, so I understand that, but you did bring up the speaking about being a YouTube content creator, which is quite important. So I started to think I'm going to come back to life. Okay, so you guys that follow me, YouTube is a cycle. Okay. Hello to everybody that's saying hi. I can actually see the chat this time. Last
Great.
time I was blind. Okay. So I see the drunk wedding photographer.
Yep.
What a cool name. Okay. So my ZFC battery just died. So let me switch.
Oh.
I went to bed last night and I forgot all the cameras on. Okay, so it lasted a lot longer than I thought, but that's what happens.
More than the SEPA rating? Imagine that.
I actually have it plugged into the USB as a power source.
Okay.
But and I do think how many people you got in here now? Quite a bit, 70 something, 80.
Yeah, we have 82 folks in here right now, and thank you all. Thank you for being in here. We love growing the community.
Well, they're here for I would say 2 categories. Okay, one is the guys that just like to chat and have conversations about cameras, and then those that are looking for that little tidbit to be dropped on the age-old question: what camera do I buy? That's my most requested question. So I recently was dropped by B&H, where I had a free flow of equipment and everything, because I guess I'm not generating enough cash for them. Even though I've made over $300,000 in sales for B&H, but they are starting or changing to a new program, and I guess I didn't make the cut, and that's fine. If I'm not making them money, why would they want to take the time with me? I mean, from a business point of view, I can understand that. Okay. From a channel point of view, where I'm just thinking like to get out there and do more stuff, I need those cameras coming in, but I guess that won't be happening. So I'm thinking, what kind of as a content creator, if you guys are watching and you actually have a YouTube channel, I'm Jeffrey. Hi, I didn't say hi to you. I'm sorry. Hi.
Oh, that's fine. You're on a roll, man. Keep going.
Yeah. Sometimes I roll right past the exit, so I do need to be kind and say hello. You know, I mean, I've done that before, traveling down 995. I'll get into a song or into a thought pattern. Wait, 2 exits ago, I was supposed to get off. What the heck? So now I forgot what Jeffrey got me all excited. So how you doing? Good to see you.
Nice to see you. It's a pleasure.
So that's what I was doing.
Yeah.
No, I'm thinking like I need to make a video. Okay, just like I'm sure that enters your mind, Chuck.
Yeah.
What video do I make? So I have a few things I wanted to say, not here, but to make a video. I'm looking through the comments where there's questions on my channel, and I might do some asking that that question. I see the QQQ there, Mosman. That means he's been watching my channel, because I can't see just a simple Q. Okay, so I asked people to put QQQ. Because that is the NASDAQ Stock Exchange Index, and that will get my attention. Okay. So I see him. I can't read what you wrote. So, Chuck, if it's a interesting question,
yeah,
let me know what it is.
let me get down there to. I'm so far behind on comments. This is typical for me.
Well, when your battery quit, he just said, "Is that the new Z8 battery you're testing out?"
No, that's the new R8 battery from Canon, which there's a video in there too, by the way.
Let me bring Joey in while Joey's got his glasses on today.
I'm kidding. I was trying to do my best, like ZFC impressionist. I'm kidding. How you guys doing?
How you doing?
Doing well, Joey.
Good.
Welcome, man.
Yeah, good to see you guys. Pete, nice to meet you. Do you like Pete, Peter? What's your preference?
Peter. You know,
Peter,
when you get raised by your mother to teach you Pete is bad, so it never came. You know, so it's Peter. Like we have a Michael that's one of in our family, doesn't like to be called Mike. Mikey. I like Mikey. I mean, it's very endearing. How you doing, Mikey? How's things? Nope. Michael. My name is Michael. I said, are you sure you're British? I mean, Greek and not British? You know, so yeah, I like Peter. If you say Pete, I'm not going to run and hide. But I mean, since you were kind enough to ask, I prefer Peter. So
that's like the only time I got called Jeffrey instead of Jeff was if I was in trouble. You'd get the Jeffrey.
Well, I said Jeffrey to you because I wasn't sure. I was being respectful.
Yeah,
I do try to be nice every once in a while.
I'm so used to everybody just saying Jeff. It's like I almost forget I have 3 extra characters in my name.
Hi, Jeff. How you doing? What are the extra 3, Jeff? Oh, Jeff
R-E-Y.
No, I feel like everyone's mom's got like that one pet peeve. Like for mine, it's if I call her mom instead of mum, it's like the clouds get dark. Like she comes for me. She's like, I know where you live. And I'm like, Mom, we live in the same city. Obviously you know where I live. She's like, I'm coming. And I'm like, please just relax. And then you tell her to relax and it gets infinitely worse because you should never tell your mother to relax.
I do see a Jeff and he's going, Peter, our son is Daniel. He is Daniel. He hates Dan or Danny. Only one of his friends is allowed to call him Dan. So I'm Greek, okay? I was born here, New York. But my parents are from Greece and Cyprus. And if you want quirks, ooh, boy, do we have them. It's Pete. My mother started to correct people. It's Peter, it's not Pete. So that's how I picked it up. I mean, at 3 years old, your mother is God. Okay, so she's telling people it's Peter, not Pete. So I believed her stupidly, but anyway, not a problem. And because I'm Greek, my big fat Greek wedding is the whole shebang. Okay,
I love that movie.
I have a bottle of Windex here. This is my dad's bottle of Windex. If I cut my finger and I went crying to my dad, it got sprayed with Windex. Okay.
Put Windex on it. Yep.
Yep. And I actually got a paper cut the other day, and I guess I'm becoming my dad. I sprayed Windex on it. You know, so it's like, oh, man. And I have to, when I was going to get married, I have to marry a Greek. You don't marry a Greek, I'm going to commit a suicide. Okay. Yeah. I'm not going to come to your wedding. No Greek, I'm not going to be there, you know. And my first child has to be called after my dad. Okay, I'm named after my grandfather. So Chuck, my apologies. I am so far off topic.
That's okay, because I'm over here going through the comments, and Simon's in here. He just said, thanks, Kevin. I joined, but I'm trying to stay awake, man. Yeah, I bet you are, Simon. Simon is just on the ball. He's on the spot, video after video, as soon as something hits the news.
Who's Simon? I don't see a
He's
Simon. that came-
has a stream called Ordinary Filmmaker
Oh,
from
he
Canada.
knows
Oh,
Simon.
Simon,
Yeah.
ordinary filmmaker.
Yep.
Simon is one of my best friends. Okay. I'm actually closer with his son, Liam. I mean, Liam, once he hears that I'm on, that's it. Simon loses the phone. So I was just teasing because I know Simon's going like, what? Let me wake up. So, Ionis Zamalis. Is that Latin? Ionis Zamalis. That's who he's got up there. Glad to hear your Greek roots. Yasu, que te pediasu, pues dice simera. I'm talking Greek. I just greeting him in a warm way. Okay.
Peter, when I was a young, well, really, like I think I was in grade 6 when this happened. My violin teacher moved from Calgary back to Macedonia, and rather than my mother saying, "Oh, let's get a new violin teacher," we went to visit her in Macedonia. So we ended up in Thessaloniki to take the train from there up to Skopje, and we were kept on trying to find water, and we kept finding this one bottled water called Dobra Voda, which meant good water, and it was disgusting. It tasted so bad. Just like, why
Same
is it
thing.
called?
I'm not a drinker, but it's the same thing with their beer. The Greeks go out of their way to buy Greek beer, like rooting for the home team. I'm not a drinker per se. I don't care for liquor that much, but I tried it. Oh my God, it's horrible. It's just horrendous. I mean, anyway, I just wanted to bring everybody tries to root for their home team. Should we get back on track, guys?
Yep. I'm just getting ready. I'm just getting ready to jump back in here, and you're welcome to join in. If you see a comment that you want to address, by all means do, Peter. But that's kind of the premise of my channel, is just everybody in the chat, they have the floor, and we try to respond to their comments, questions, or whatever. Can't answer all the questions, but I can make stuff up sometimes and answer it. But
I did see some people specifically that tried to say hello to me. So can I just do a general?
Please do.
Hello to everybody that said hi in the comments. I am reading them this time.
All right.
But we do have 4 people in here, so I don't want to hog the show. So back to what you were saying, Chuck. I want to make a video for my channel, and I'm thinking, what can I say about the Z8? You know something? There just ain't nothing to say. It would all be for views, just to go there and get people to watch something, because the only real thing about the Z8 is it's not been announced, unless I missed something. And I do know some people that actually have the camera in hand. Okay, obviously they're way under the radar, and no, I have no information. Okay.
Oh, you just opened a can of worms, Peter.
Oh yeah, you're going to be getting peckered with comments now.
Here we go.
I've been around for a while, guys, so I can handle it. I mean, if Nikon or Canon could get me to be an explorer or life or an ambassador, light, not life. I was very close, God rest his soul, Chuck Westfall over at Canon. So I do know the inner workings of these companies. So the saying is true. Those that know something are not talking, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And those that don't know anything, you can't shut them up, all right? Everybody wants to act like I know something you don't know. But I don't. I, honest to God, I mean, I wouldn't violate any of my friends' integrities.
Of course not.
But just turn on your brain. If the camera is going to, like Chuck, you were mentioning ramping up production. Okay? Yeah. If they're going to do that, the cameras are in production. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's nothing that's going to get changed at this point. There is no emergencies that can happen. The boxes are done. All the shutters have been ordered. Everything is put together, and the cameras are in the hands of the trusted few. Okay.
Yeah, I had an individual talking this morning. I talked to him this morning. He keeps me on my toes. Sometimes it's like, man, I get frustrated. But anyway, we have lengthy conversations, and he was talking about there are several mules out there, test mules. And, one being high megapixel, one being what we're hearing about the baby Z9, and another or a couple more. And he was talking about now we have to wait and see what they choose. I said, "Oh, brother, man, there is no choosing. It's done. Whatever they chose is in production right now."
I'm not blinking. All right. I
Yeah.
can't give you.
Well,
I
no,
mean,
no. I'm just saying that, there is no, we're going to choose which route we want to go. That camera is done. And the only thing that's going to take place now would be some firmware tweaking, maybe. But I don't even know about that, considering, if they're going to announce on the 10th, and
and ship in a month.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're already sitting in boxes right now, all wrapped,
Right.
waiting to go.
Thank you.
Jared's already played with
updates. Any firmware updates that they want to do is going to be something after the fact. And I mean, yes, there are mules out there still, maybe, or other people. It's in other people's hands because they got to have all the content creators, ambassadors, and such drop videos when the embargo's lifted on the 10th. So get ready for that barrage. So I'm sure that they'll all talk about that it's a pre-production model or whatever. But all that feedback that they're giving to Nikon can influence firmware that I'm sure they would like to have put in the model before it goes out, but it's something that'll have to come afterwards. So expect that as well. Yeah, that camera's finished. Whatever it is, folks, whatever.
It's in shipping already.
Yeah.
And I really don't know anything, but to add to the suspense, okay, some of my friends will try to give me a hint, but here's how it really works, okay? There was a debacle at Panasonic, okay? They could not keep a lid on their secrets.
Yeah.
All right. And for some reason, it's free advertisement, Panasonic. I tried to tell them, okay, you know what a knee-jerk reaction is. You hit the knee, if you're in the wrong spot, you're going to get kicked in the nuts, okay? So they shut everything down. So I have dear friends, okay? When my dog died, I was getting phone calls from employees at Panasonic USA, all right, to console me and stuff like that. Panasonic cut out all communications with anything that had two legs, okay?
Yeah.
So that was a little overdone, but so what's implemented now? Let's say I'm a Nikon ambassador, all right, and they want to, and I'm not, all right. They want to put a camera in my hand, and it's a mule, which is different from the cameras that are in production now, all right.
Right.
So I don't have a camera in hand. But the camera they would send me, okay, would have a scratch somewhere or something that could identify that camera that would not attract my eye, okay?
Right.
But if they were looking to see if Peter Gregg slipped out a picture under the radar, there's a scratch over here or there's a nick over here. And that is real. I'm not making this up or, So I had a friend that recently shared with me a picture of a camera that's coming out, and I'm going like, "Dude, you're shooting yourself in the foot. I am not putting this picture out. And if you gave the picture to someone else, there is some identity features on that camera. They can isolate it to you. Okay.
Yeah.
So now when it becomes a production camera, I'm not sure if that's still happening. It could be because they want to weed out, loose lips. What's the saying?
Well, we've talked about this.
Lips sink ships. Yeah.
Thank you. I couldn't think of the other half.
We've talked about this. Nikon's NDA right now is bulletproof. I mean, I haven't seen it like this ever. I mean, in my time following Nikon, and I know that's frustrated Peter over at Nikon Rumors too, because that's what he banks his site on is the ability. He's got fingers out there everywhere. But I think his sourcing has dried up quite a bit because of this NDA that Nikon has right now. But you're right. We were talking about that. Everybody's talking about the pictures right now that they're false or fake or whatever. I haven't talked about the photos of this camera at all because it's just, that, just as you were saying, Peter, that is a big step for a bold move for somebody to drop a photo of a camera that they are testing or playing with.
I'm here.
Yeah, I know. And not just that, even information. Nikon knows who gets what information, and there's a bigot list that goes on with certain bits of information that only a very few people know. One is going to be price. If the real price came out, Nikon would know exactly where that came from, because only so many people are going to have that information. So they don't understand the whole sourcing thing here with. The other thing is that if Peter's putting it out, now he may get it wrong from time to time. It's not that he gets it wrong. He takes a chance. But when you get information that is identical from two completely different sources with no connection to each other, that's good sourcing, meaning there's a good possibility that what we're looking at here is true. And I think he's done a good job on that. But on the camera, I'm glad you brought that up, because you're absolutely right. People that will take a chance sending a photo are really taking a chance, because not only do they take a chance in losing any connection with Nikon or losing their job if they're employed by Nikon, but NDAs can also you can be prosecuted for breaching an NDA. You can go to jail for that.
I'd like to get Peter's opinion on something, if I may ask a question. One thing that kind of bothers me when any manufacturer has these events, and this is just my opinion, is that, they'll talk about all these fantastic features that the camera has. And what seems to happen is in all brands, there'll be some feature, they'll talk about it, they'll make a big deal out of it. And then you find out after the fact, well, if I use that feature, I'm only shooting 10-bit instead of 12-bit or 14-bit. Or if I use this feature, it's only for JPEG files. It's not for RAW files. And they don't tell you that when they're doing the dog and pony show. They just hit all these, what they consider their top tier features in this new widget that they're coming out with. And they don't tell you, well, you got to turn that off. You got to have this set for this and that set for that, and dumb this down to be able to do that. What do you feel about that? Do you think, that to me, that's just kind of like a little bit underhanded.
Well, I think, let me get my thoughts together real quick. Who does that often? Hello?
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if I don't hear it from one of you guys. Who does that, focusing on a feature and then the camera syncs?
Yeah.
Canon.
Yeah.
I'll give you a hint. Canon. Okay. But they're not the only ones. Panasonic, when they put out the GH5, they have the worst focusing system of all the companies. But their marketing department marketed that camera as having the best or the fastest focus system in the world. Okay. Canon came out with the R5, 8K. Jeffrey, 8K. Joe, 8K.
Yeah, it was smoking, literally.
Okay, and yet when we got the camera, we all wanted to play with 8K, and the camera cooked right through your pants and burned your leg. Okay, so it's like Apple computers with the laptops. They were hot for a while. You had to protect yourself. If you put it in your lap, you want to have kids, don't use an Apple. Okay, so yeah, they do that in a number of ways. Okay, first, Chuck is a content creator. I'm sorry, Joe, I don't know you very well, and I don't know you, Jeffrey. You guys have channels?
Yeah.
Yes, I have a channel. Yeah.
Well, then let me ask, Joe, what is your channel?
Sure, it's Joe Man's Land. So it's mostly focused around gear reviews, going on photo walks, sharing experiences, Nikon news when stuff comes out. So it's kind of based around that sort of premise. And I don't get any new stuff. I only use older stuff. So that's kind of the angle I take, is like, what can you do with Nikon on a budget? And, if you
What camera
don't
are you
have
using?
the Z9.
What
I'm using a
camera are you
Z6 with an FTZ2 adapter with a bunch of old F-mount glasses or lenses.
Okay, so you're watching an FTZ. I'm sorry, you're watching a Z6 now. That's what
Right now,
surprised me.
it does. Yeah, it looks good
That's
with the
what
Viltrox,
surprised
right?
me. Yeah, with the Viltrox lens. Okay. But you want to know? I'm getting off topic. Uh, a sleeper at Nikon is the ZFC. I mean, I got that camera and almost as a toy. And you want to know something? Before I buy a Canon, because this is going to be real fighting words. So let me just say something. If you own a Canon, okay, I am not knocking you personally. All right. I love you. All right. That's one of the things that I say on my live show a lot. All right. Is I love you. People need to be loved. All right. And at 70 years old, who gives a crap if they misinterpret it? I'm not gonna at 70 years old. Seriously, you got a problem. Okay. So anyway, the ZFC is the only camera in this room out of the 4 that are running right now that I don't have a dummy battery for. And guess which one crapped out? The ZFC.
Mm.
But as I'm actually shopping for a camera. Okay. So this is for those guys that are watching on your channel, Chuck. I'm actually shopping for a camera for myself. And it has a purpose. You can't just buy a camera by rolling a dice. It's a little bit more intelligent than that, all right? It's like my girlfriend or other of my best friend's wives. I like that camera. It's so small. It's cute. Really? That's how you're going to buy a stinking camera? It's cute? You know?
It fits in my purse.
And
It's a Merce. Indiana Jones has one too.
Yeah, right. Okay. So, my requirements might meet a lot of the requirements of a lot of people in this show right now. I have a YouTube channel. I want to use the camera for YouTube. Okay. But I have a brother. I have another brother. I have friends. And when I go out, I want to take the camera with me. So right now, it's got 2 purposes. I'm not going to shoot weddings. I'm not going to shoot high school senior portraits, although that kind of stuff never leaves your mind. Okay.
Right.
It's like my dad and he's was in the flower business, and his best friend was a funeral director. So my dad was taking a nap one day in his office, and my dad has a couch in his office. And the funeral director came in to say hi to my dad, and dad was sleeping. Okay. So the funeral director got a tape measure out of his pocket, and he was measuring my dad to see how long he was. And my dad woke up, and it startled him. And he said, "Carl, what are you doing?" He says, "Oh, I'm sorry. It's a bad habit. I automatically measure people when I see them laying down to see what casket they'll fit in." So it's just automatic. I pick up a camera. Can I shoot a wedding with this camera? I promise I don't do it on purpose, but honest to God, I'm telling you something that's true. Can I shoot a wedding with this camera? And yes, with the ZFC, I can. I would prefer it to an iPhone. I would prefer the Z9, okay, or an 850 for pictures. For video, it's different. So I want the camera to fit in my slot here. Like I see Chuck has got like 8 cameras there, and it keeps showing me all his cameras over there. I'm teasing you, Chuck. Sorry. But it needs to fit in my room because I do have actually 4 YouTube channels now. So it needs to fit here. It needs to fit in my kitchen channel. Okay. And I want to take it when I come over to Joe's for dinner. Okay. You have any kids, Joe?
Nope.
All right. Let's say Joe has a kid.
Joe is the kid.
That's what I was going to say. Joe is going to have a birthday party for himself. Well, I want to bring my camera. Okay. And today, honest to God, and I don't mean to be insulting to anyone that can't stand this thought. Okay. But video is more important than pictures. Okay. And that conclusion came because my parents had passed away. And I, honest to God, wish I had more video. I've got a gazillion pictures of my mother and my dad, but I wish I had video. I have a little, but very little. I mean, in relation, it's like a drop in the ocean. So needs to take video. I know it's hard to find a camera that won't take pictures. I mean, even what is the Nikon? I mean, the Sony FX3 is really video centric. You can still take pictures with it, you know. So as your YouTube channel gets bigger, so let's say there's 4 of us. I see 4 of us on the screen. So let's say I was, let's pick Olympus. So we probably don't have many Olympus people here, which is what I do on purpose. Which one of the 4 would Olympus fly out to Japan so that they could use you? You have become a camera, what do you call that girl that stands on the street, you know, in the middle of the night?
Yes.
Right. Busker. Thank you. That's a much nicer word than the one I was thinking. Okay. So they're buying us. They're buying us. They are buying us for free. Okay.
Yeah.
It's almost political. I'm going to wine you and dine you, Senator Joe, because I want you to see things my way. I'm going to take you to whatever the best restaurant is. Eat what you want, you know. Just give me a few minutes of your ear. And that's what they're doing with all of us. And we basically give our services away for free. This stems from Jeffrey's question, believe it or not, as winded as I am, okay? Jeffrey, they are using us, okay? And they purposely, I think, have realized that their camera is a test mule even when it goes out into the market. And I think that they are now trying to control the narrative. So Canon R5, $3,800, which is in line with what I think the Z8 is going to probably be their target camera. Okay. Yep. Years ago, you couldn't get Canon to change their mind on, I mean, public sentiment. You could have people demonstrating outside, okay, for 4K. Let's say you want 4K, which they refuse to put, all right? Nothing would budge Canon's people except one thing, and I have seen it 100 times, and that was very simple. It was Nikon. Nikon came out with 4K. By golly, within 3 weeks, Canon announced 4K in our 90D, okay, and blah, blah, blah. But until then, I even made up a song, No 4K for You. They wouldn't give us 4K. I mean, if we paid them $1 million.
I've talked about that recently, Peter. You know, I think the camera market or makers are changing, and a lot of people still want to hold on to, well, Nikon historically did this, Canon historically does that. They're not going to do this. And I think all the makers are beginning to prove that wrong. It is changing in the industry. It's just like, you know, why would Nikon you know, the big discussion right now in the Nikon camp over the Z8 is why a baby Z9. You know, I expect it to cost just as much as the Z9 or almost as much as the Z9. Or why would you put out an identical old camera? It's still new technology. But anyway, Nikon is going to push this down throughout the line to all the lower tiers. Canon has done that. Well, where's the cripple hammer that we talked about so much within the Canon camp? No great AF for you. You're just you're the peon of the lineup, you know, R6 or whatever. I think it's all changing. And I said this the other day, how long is it before there isn't this giant gap between the flagship and the next level camera? Because, you know, all of our life, we have seen this big, giant gap. The flagship was just so much more than everything underneath it. I mean, other than Nikon breaking that mold with higher megapixel sensors that people fell in love with, but still the flagship was the only camera out there that's going to do 10 to 12 frames per second, you know, in continuous shooting. And all the other things. It had its own sensor, obviously a lower megapixel sensor, had what everybody perceived as better noise reduction. Yeah. So, but I mean, I think we're starting to see that gap come or shrink, where just underneath the flagship, it won't be much different, but it will be a different camera body.
Well,
Go ahead,
sorry,
Joey.
Chuck.
No, go
I
ahead.
was just going to say on the subject of just going off what you're saying, Chuck, and what you were saying, Peter, about camera brands and sort of this changing perception of like, okay, like we're going to listen more to the consumer. I think as well with different companies coming into the fold, that has pushed some of the older camera companies. Like I think the best example of that would be DJI, right? I own 3 cameras, my Nikon Z6 for all my photo video, and then I've got a Pocket 2 for my vlogging and my DJI Mini 3 Pro drone. I can color grade my Pocket 2 and my Mini 3 Pro almost identically, and they've made firmware updates in the last, I don't know, I think 2-3 months that were based off people's complaints of not getting the tripod mode back in some of the lower tier drones. So, you know, I think it's interesting because obviously we always want to think the consumer's right? Like the customer's always right. And I think in the past, some camera manufacturers, it wasn't that they didn't not want to listen. It was just sort of this, we're on this pedestal, you'll get what you get sort of thing. And I think that has began to change, which is awesome. And, you know, as it pertains to Nikon, you know, yeah, I've said it before and I'll say it again. The Z8's not, I think it's a great camera. It's not the right camera for me. I just need one camera body in my bag, right? Like I work full time in marketing and like I don't have room to carry around a ton of stuff. And I also don't have a budget to spend. And, you know, if people do, that's great. But for me, that Z6 III will be the next camera for me because if it can do the 6K 30 and do all the 10-bit, I can use it for photo and video, and I don't have to carry around another camera body.
Hey, Joey, hang on just a second. Hey, folks, I have lost my ability to see all the chat over here on Restream, and that's a pain in the butt. This is yet another mark against Restream. So,
I think Restream, my chat hasn't budged.
It's froze.
Yeah,
So I'm looking at the other feed that I have up over here. I can see all your comments, but unfortunately, I can't grab them and drop them on the screen. Just wanted to let everybody know I'm watching the chat over here on the other screen right now. Sorry about that, because there are a lot of good comments over here. Craig talks about he bought a cold shoe mount for his iPhone or his phone so that he can actually take video while he's shooting, mounted, on his camera. And I think that's fantastic. That's always fun.
That's awesome.
Yep, it is. But there are a lot of great comments over here. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to read them as we go along, folks. Sorry about that. But David Stewart said, I shoot Olympus after you talked about that. Jose De Leon, he says, I shoot Olympus too, David. So
we're up to 2 people.
Olympus is interesting. You know, I feel like if you are wanting a smaller form factor, like with a full lens lineup, it's either Fuji or Olympus. Like that's kind of, I mean, not necessarily for video, but at least for photo. I mean, if I had a budget for a vlogging camera, and you know, to what you're talking about, Peter, with the ZFC being sort of your daily carry, just for smaller events and like having it with you, for me, it would be like an XH2S with like one zoom lens. Like if I could have if that camera was tomorrow, Fuji said, "Hey, use this camera for us," like I would totally be their lady in waiting. I'd be like, "Take me out, wine me, dine me, give me that camera. I'll shoot with it for a month," just because the flexibility to have with the video codecs is great. The firmware updates are still coming out. It's a really nice piece of kit. And, you know, I know it's crop, but, you know, in the world of crop sensors, it's, I feel like Fuji's always been pretty rock solid. Like I had an XT20 before I got into my Z6, and I loved that thing. It was a beast, and the 4K footage was actually pretty good. Bit of rolling shutter if you moved it more than an inch. But if you're just doing talking head stuff and B-roll, it was a good camera.
Well, the Olympus is the best focusing camera in the Micro Four Thirds arena. Okay, I have the EM1 Mark II, and that is my main camera in my kitchen channel. Okay, so I don't even think about the focus there anymore. I mean, they just brought focusing into the modern age years ago, and I have that camera. But I want to go back to what Chuck said, because he said something super important. I know he's very quiet over there. He's
Sorry,
probably
guys.
trying.
Yeah, I'm trying.
He's trying to figure out the restream. Chuck,
Yeah,
you might want to consider Ecamm. It's not a sales job, okay?
yeah. I told you I'm going to talk to you about that, and Randy. But yeah, this is what I got right now. I'm trying to get an answer to why it quit. But please continue, you guys.
Okay, so there's a lot of, I'm going to use the word politics loosely, okay? If you work for company Z, okay, Joe's in marketing, and you're in a competitive workplace, and everybody's got a Windows computer, but you really, really, I just saw something come up, Chuck, on the comments.
Yeah, Ray Powell's just popped up.
I saw
Okay.
that pop up.
Okay.
Maybe nobody's commenting, you know.
They're all listening, maybe. I don't know.
No. Chuck said that he sees the
Yeah,
comments
he's
coming
seeing
through. I was teasing. All right. So if I worked at Company Z and everybody's got an IBM, and I am so gung ho on Apple, and this was like this years ago, okay? And I come to work and I have an Apple, and I screw up. What am I going to get nailed for? Okay, automatically, not having an IBM, even though the Apple is the better computer. And that's why we have flagships. So the Z9, all right, if you're a sports photographer, you're going to go there with your DJI over, Joe, to the sidelines, okay? Everybody's got these big cameras that can choke a mule or horse, okay? And if you don't have one, you're not considered you're a rebel, okay? So if 100%. I come in there with my Panasonic, and I'm on the sidelines of a football game or something, so there's a reason those flagship cameras exist, and it's not for us. We're the gravy, okay? We're the just added thing. But when Sports Illustrated orders 200 cameras, all right, it's going to be all flagships. And when they hand out cameras to their employees at National Geographic, I don't know how these companies work, but I'm talking about some place where the people that work there are trying to climb the ladder. They've got to have that flagship. They can't get the Z8, okay? They can't get, I was going to suggest the ZFC. I'm so happy with that camera, I'm a little bit surprised, okay? There's nothing sexy about it. There is no bragging rights to it. Would I want to go with all you guys somewhere and get caught with a ZFC and that's my camera? Not really. I mean, I would do it because I got the guts. But, you know, if you're going to fit, like you're going to show up for a wedding with the biggest camera you can have in your hands, because it's all part of the image, even if it doesn't work well. Like the Canon 1D Mark III, it had a serious focusing issue, okay? And yet, I wouldn't take my R5, I'm sorry, back then it was the 5D, okay, to the wedding. I need the big camera because Uncle Bob is going to show up, and if he has enough money, he's going to have the big camera too, and he's going to come over and go, hey, I got the same thing you got, you know? And I mean, we forget the skill set is the important part. Like my friend, Mr. Camera Junkie Lewis says, increase your skills before you increase your gear. Okay. But there's nothing sexy about that. I want gear I could take to bed with me. I want it to be cool, you know? So the ZFC, I mean, it's got stuff in it that even a high-end Canon doesn't have. All right. I've got all these controls in the ZFC that allow me to take a 70-year-old face and make it look good. I could lower the sharpness on just the midtones on the ZFC. I can't do that on the Canon R6, okay, or the R5 that I know of. I have the R6, I don't have the R5. But the little lowly ZFC allows me to lower the sharpening just in the midtones. It's got a clarity slider, okay? I did look at Fuji, Joe, because I figured if Nikon's got it, you know, Fuji is pretty cutting edge. They don't have it, okay? I can't look like I'm 50 with a Fuji. I could look like I'm 50 with an Nikon because I can just move a few things in the menu around. Okay.
Do a
So
lot in camera, which is nice.
so the Nikon's got some stuff that I'm finding hard to beat.
Yeah.
So
all the cameras out there, I say this all the time, there isn't a bad camera out there. There honestly isn't. And I'm a believer in that. Yeah, I shoot Nikon for my own reasons. I quit trying to defend why I shoot Nikon. I shoot it for my own reasons. I'm not going to get into it's better. My dog's bigger than your dog and all that. And again, I think that's where we need to be as a photography community now, rather than it's so hard to do it. I'm not going to beat this. I'll tell you right now. I'm not going to force everybody into let's all play nice together or whatever. That's not going to happen. But we have such a good community here right now. And I know that it gets a little edgy sometimes in the back and forth between, a Canon, Sony, or Nikon shooter or whatever. But we don't walk away from here hating each other. And that's, I think, something that's really special. And I really want to keep that going in the community. I'm not going to beat up the other brands. I mean, look, but, everybody should want to and be able to brag about how happy they are with the camera brand that they're shooting. Shouldn't be any problem with that. And as long as it doesn't come across as personal to anybody else, I think that's a wonderful thing. The ZFC, I'll tell you right now, it's not a camera for me, Peter, but I'm happy that you like it. I'm happy that a lot of people like it. Sorry, I just finally got this stupid thing set.
I see it. It's cool.
Yeah, finally got this going again. So there are a lot of comments that have come in. Sorry again, folks. I was battling.
No J-Rod.
Yeah. Huh? Oh, J-Rod.
J-Rod. Yeah, J-Rod wanted to know if there was snow. Sorry. Didn't mean to derail you.
No, that's cool.
I like the train. I like the choo-choo train.
But so there are a lot of people, I'm seeing them now that are just joining us. Maybe they're, either during lunch or something like that. That's the great thing about this time slot is, it kind of covers lunch across the U.S. from one time zone to the next. So people can jump in here and join us. But you got a lot of questions in here, Peter, and I don't want to take away from that. If you guys want to ask Peter questions, by all means, get in here and ask him. A lot of people talking about they love your channel. They love Jim, I don't even know how to say that. I don't know. Sorry. That's the problem with handles. I'm terrible at trying to read them. But yeah, Robert Daniels says, "Oh my gosh, man, it's Peter G." So
to kind of like comment on where you were going, Chuck, a minute ago with the technology getting flowed down to the lower end cameras or whatever. I mean, if let's just pretend all the specs are close to what people are talking about, but no one really knows, like, other than Nikon and a handful of people who can't talk. But if you were to make the presumption that the body Z8 is going to be, say, 3,800, if you wanted to grip, those grips typically are $400, so you're up to $4,200. So you have a $1,300 differential between a Z8 and a Z9. So then you say, well, what's going to be the difference between the Z8 and the Z9? Well, if you take the rumors as fact, which is a dangerous thing to do, but for this example, I will. You got to say, okay, so what does that $1,300 get me? Well, it gets you an integrated grip, gets you better weather sealing and dust resistance. It gets you higher battery capacity, probably gets you a better buffer if you're shooting 20 frames a second for a long period of time, but we don't know that for sure yet. It gets you 2 CFE Type B cards instead of theoretically a USB with a CFE B card. So you got to ask yourself, do those features add up in your mind to be worth $1,300? And that's where the fun begins. But if they do come out with something that matches what people are talking about, I think people should be should be really happy to get a stacked. You know, you're not going to find another brand that's got a stacked sensor
right now
selling at that price point of around $4,000.
This is the point I was making, earlier as well, is everybody in the Canon and Sony camp, unless you don't want a stacked sensor, I don't know why you wouldn't, but some may not. You should be applauding what Nikon's doing right now, because guess what? And this is what Peter was talking about a minute ago. I can't make Nikon budge or Canon budge or whatever, but Nikon can make Canon budge and Canon can make Nikon budge. So there you go. We've talked about this before. The leapfrogging that goes on in the camera world is a good thing. I hope to see Canon come out with a barn burner, R1, and Sony to do the same. I really do, because it makes Nikon go back to the drawing board and make this, do the same thing. So instead of beating each other up, and my dog's bigger than your dog, or my camera meows and yours doesn't. Yeah, I saw that, J Rod.
Chuck, I just think that was a really poor choice of words. I wish Canon would come out with a barn burner.
Yeah,
that's all.
I was going to say if it gets hotter, it could.
Can you tell me one where there has not been a barn burner? Seriously. I hope to God Nikon doesn't pick up that habit. Jeez.
No. Well, you know what? And that is something else, though. If Nikon has found a way to suppress heat, I'm not even going to say I'm just talking through technology. Not just dissipate, but to suppress heat, meaning you have parts that don't generate as much heat. And I think that's where technology is taking us, folks. I said a long time ago, I think we're beginning to find ways around physics. That's what technology is doing. It's finding a route around physics instead of having to live by physics. And even in glass, and I think it's a good thing. So, oh man. All right. Hey,
Can
guys,
we answer some questions?
Yeah, I want you to do that. Hey, I'm way overdue for my potty break. Peter doesn't know about that, but anyway,
you had to bring it up. Now I gotta go.
Well, there you go.
He just got an empty water bottle near his desk, so he never has to leave.
My cat is driving me crazy.
Drinking this soda, and everybody's going to go. I'll be the only one left.
Yep. All right, Jeffrey, keep us going. Keep us on track, man. I will be right back, folks.
No, I don't. I'm just teasing. I don't have to go. You guys
Peter,
have to go.
You have a question, Peter, on what do you think about the ZF?
Well, I have to approach this gently, because the ZF doesn't have video in it. Okay. Why? What's the purpose of the camera other than to appease the people that are banging their fists that I don't ever want video in my camera? A camera is a camera is a camera. What the heck are they thinking? You got the ZF, but nobody said you had to take video. All right. So you could have the Z9, you could have the D, what was it? The D, what was the highest one they got up to? D8 or D9, whatever. And you don't have to take video. Now they got 8K, but here's the thing, whether you like it or not, we're going to have to leave film behind and go to digital, guys. Okay. So you guys that actually hate digital cameras, you're going to have to let go of your film cameras at some point before you die. Okay. So, oh wait, that's the wrong argument. That was back in 2000. Okay. So you're going to have to understand and that's one thing that Canon was trying to do. Okay. Yes, there it is. Someone at Canon in their marketing really believe that video doesn't have a place. You want video, go to the cinema camera. That's what it's there for. But as a customer that's going to go to the counter at the camera store, why should I buy a camera with the same amount of money that doesn't have video in it? It's kind of ridiculous. I'm not hammering anybody that bought a ZF. Okay, that's got nothing nothing to do with it. It's got to do with the fact that it's really, if your grandmother passes away, would you like to have video of her doing stuff? I mean, it's emotional. It's like all about feelings. That song, Feelings. You know, I'm going to break out into song here.
What you're saying, Peter, it's like when you see a nice car going down the street and someone says, "Oh, I want that car, but I don't want anything in it. I'm a purist." It's like, what does a purist mean, right? Or as hybrids get designed, "Oh, I just want gas." Oh no, if you get a hybrid, you'll save on gas. No, just gas, right? And it's like, no, like as these things get added in, I mean, yeah, you can choose to use it or to not use it, but to say I don't want that in the camera, it's like, well, come on. Like one of these days, I guarantee someone that's a purist is going to be out taking some photos, and they're going to be like, "Oh man, I should get a video of that because if I do, I can either do a screen grab or I can keep it for later," right? Like it's one of those things that limiting things just isn't always the right choice. It reminds me of this truck I saw downtown the other day because in Alberta, everyone drives a truck, and the truck said, "I identify as a Prius."
Oh, geez.
I know, I was looking at that.
That goes like, everywhere. Golly gee whiz, you know. Let's not go there, please.
Truck and I was like, it's probably a Pentax user, probably. I don't know.
Well, so other than my younger days when I had a VHS camcorder, or or got the ones with the smaller cassettes in them. After that, I hadn't shot. I had the D8. I have a D850, but I was not impressed with the video capabilities, and I never used it for video capabilities. And I got a Z9, and on my channel, those that go to it, I mean, you see, my style is I use video to complement my stills. I show stills. I have video excerpts that I put in there to kind of balance things out. And I never thought I would do video. And the Z9 has made it where I love doing video now.
Video is fun.
It's fun, and it's to me. I'm still a photocentric person, but I'm not so behind the dark ages where I'm gonna say poo-poo the video. I mean, I'm enjoying the video part of it, and I think it's done a lot for me to show what I like to shoot and provide a big bonus to my channel.
Let me ask you, Jeffrey, okay? And I'm not picking on you. This is a real honest, I'd like to know question, okay? Would you say that the printing of pictures has declined in a dramatic way? Do you print any pictures? I had the Epson with was a 42-inch roll, and I had it downstairs, and there's nothing on my walls other than a picture of Jesus, okay, if you're a Christian guy, that I didn't take. Why am I putting up art from everybody else when I create art myself? Why doesn't my house have art? And you know what? Now I have an Epson Workforce that I could scan on. I haven't printed a picture in a long time. And if I was going to print a picture, Jeffrey's steaming over there, okay? If I was going to print a picture, all right, I would send it out and get what's called a gallery wrap. I want to hang it on my wall. But to print a 4x6, to give it to Joe, to give it to Chuck, to give it to Jeff, right here, let me send you a picture of my grandkid, Jeffrey, okay? And I'll text it over to him. So what I'm trying to boil down to, what do you do with your darn pictures? Okay, we could take pictures and we could share them on Facebook. And you know what? There's a lot of pleasure just in that. Or what's the other one? Instagram, okay?
Yeah. Well, but I believe it or not, I probably have 150 prints.
That's cool.
Right now in a box. I've got a stack about like this when I'm going to Connecticut in a couple weeks to see my grandchildren and personal friends. And I'm bringing some prints to give as gifts to people.
That's nice.
And I've got probably 80% of the photos in my house I've taken that are on walls, and everything from
Good.
black and white to family pictures to nature, wildlife, street photography, you name it, barns, old barns, whatever. And my house is full of my stuff. What and some would say that's good or bad, depending on if you've ever seen it.
I grew up in the Greek church, okay? So there was a priest that I got close with when I was 13, 14 years old, and he's passed away, but his wife is like 97 or 98 years old, okay? And I don't send her pictures. She's in Ohio, I'm in Miami, okay? But I will turn on the machine in here and make a video just to entertain her. I put it up on YouTube, okay? And her son plays it for her. And his name is Paul. He says she enjoys that more than any part of her day. So it's back to the emotional appeal of so I wasn't trying to be nasty with you, Jeff. I promise.
No,
Okay.
that's fine.
Okay. But you did say I have a box full of pictures. Okay. Yeah. And you did say you have a stack of pictures. Now I can't access any of those. Okay, right. Unless you've got the smarts, which a lot of people do, to have a website where they show off their pictures. All right. But I can have a family channel where I can slap up videos, and anybody from here to Canada that's in the family, of course, can actually watch the video. So that is crossing the barrier. And then with what was that bad cold everybody had? Okay. Everything turned to video. We weren't sending pictures to each other. Okay. So I'm just thinking I'm going to have a personal disappointment if Chuck's second camera is going to be updated ZF. I can understand why they do it. Joe says he's in marketing. Maybe the marketing department says it's bringing us this amount of money. We need to update that camera. But I would much rather have that Z6 Mark III, okay, any day, all right? And I could just turn off the video, and I've got a camera. But because it's got video in it, there's people that will poo-poo it, you know, and that's a shame.
Yeah, it is a shame.
Yeah, Peter,
video is the thing. I mean, that's selling cameras now. I'm not saying a ZF won't sell. I just put a poll up for everybody over there, asking you what you would prefer in the ZF as far as sensor goes, and it's really interesting. It's taken off. I mean, quite a few people are already voting, and you can see what the percentage is. We'll let it run for a while as people trickle through here. But yes, video is here to stay. I've said this so many times over and over. And as a matter of fact, that was one of the points I was going to bring up today. I don't even want to talk about the stills capability of the Z8. We know what it's going to be, you know, or close enough. No matter what, we know we're going to have stills, and it's going to be fantastic. I think the video side of it's a more relevant conversation to have as to how well this camera is going to sell. That's just my opinion. And
as well, to Peter's point, just from the marketing side as well, the ZF is very much gauged at just the current Nikonians that are already with the brand and purists, right? So I think from like a marketing perspective, it depends on what you're trying to accomplish. Z6 III, that kind of camera appeals to a much wider audience and could actually bring people over from other brands. A ZF doesn't do that, right? So, you know, from my perspective, obviously I'm doing a lot of video work for a company I work for. So, you know, having that ZF, that doesn't help me or any of the folks that I know in digital marketing at all. Right. No. And I understand the purists, and I understand why Nikon would want to, you know, cater to their audience. But at the same time, like the Z6 does so much stuff well, and it's so underrated within the content creation community. And it's a camera that, like, I feel confident taking photos with and video with, and I can switch back and forth instantly. And there's no other camera I've used to date that can do that well. So a Z6 III to me is the next, like I said before, it's the next evolution of my gear. And I know a lot of folks that, you know, want just that one camera that can kind of do everything they need for their work in a professional setting. So, you know, I really hope that they recognize the value in that and advertise it as such. It's not just a one-trick pony. Look at all the great stuff this can do. One camera to take to the events that you're working or to the events you're trying to promote.
But that's you, and there are a lot of people in the Nikon camp that are still stuck in film days and you know, and stills only and everything else, and the argument that I don't want to pay for video in a camera because I'm not going to use it, and blah blah blah. The list goes on. But I'm looking at it too from what would be good for Nikon, and Nikon has to court this next generation, and I think that's exactly what they're looking at now. Nikon goes down with the, you know, the Nikon headquarters goes down with the ship if they don't start to bring in the other demographics that are out there, because video is big. It's going to stay big. It's going to get bigger, and Nikon has to court that, or Nikon becomes a niche company, and that's just the way it is. And a lot of people don't want to hear that. No, blah, blah, blah. Well, I got news for you. Us silver-haired folks are dropping away, you know, daily. I'm not saying me or you, Peter, but I'm not going anywhere right away. But my point is that we are a diminishing part of the consumer base out here for cameras. And Nikon has to entertain a new generation coming in next, and they're not going to do it with a ZF.
No, but the ZF does have, when I think of the ZF, I think it would be kind of like a Nikon's answer to a Leica. A Leica is not known to be, oh, it's my favorite video camera. Does it do video? The Leica does video, okay? But most people that buy the $10,000 and $8,000 Leica, they're interested in pictures, okay?
Yeah.
So the Nikon Leica would be the ZF.
I don't know if I would lump that into that or not, Peter.
I'm a lumper.
I know.
Well, wait. I might just be a lump. Never mind.
Well, I'm going to say I'm definitely lumpy. I'll admit it.
Leica has a special appeal, period. And, you know, if Nikon came out with a video centric camera, there'd be true Nike or Leica fans that were, you know, would complain about it, but they'd have a lot of people that would buy it because it's Leica. I mean, let's face it. You know, so many people like that little red dot.
Yeah, everybody likes to say, I like them, I Leica.
Yeah. You know,
doctors and the lawyers, they buy Hasselblads and Leica. They can't take a picture to save their life.
Absolutely.
But, you know
but they're not going to buy a Yugo. That's a car from years ago. Let me ask you something, Chuck.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm probably older than you. I'm going to be 70 in October.
Hang on just a minute, Peter, because I think Joey's got to get out of here, and I wanted to hang on.
No, don't go, Joe. Don't go.
I have a video to shoot and also a couple of meetings this afternoon at work, so I gotta
go
drop.
at 2:00 also, but you know, it sounds good. Don't go, Joe. Stay.
It does sound good. I like that.
You like that, right?
I wish my fiance would say that when I leave for work.
I just want to make sure everybody go over and check out Joe Man's Land, his channel here on YouTube. It's very entertaining. It's not just gear. It's not just any one thing. And he's doing a little series right now of his time over in Korea. Some of the video that he took over there and photos that he took with his friends. And, you know, check it out. It's definitely worth a watch. So
wait, Joe, before you go, okay, you just opened a can of worms. Will you be having a wedding anytime soon, or are you just going to be perpetually your fiance?
Next summer, August.
Okay, does your to-be wife, what's more important to her, the wedding album that's going to sit on the coffee table for a while, or is she interested? And I'm not putting you on the spot in a way.
Put him on the spot.
No. I really want to know, because when I was selling wedding photography, okay, my weddings were between $8,000 and $12,000, okay, but the bulk of that was the bride gets a book that can choke a horse, but because she loves her mommy and her daddy so much, my packages came with a duplicate book that can give to her parents, and since she's giving one to her parents, they're going to print another book for his parents because he's the little guy on the totem pole. Okay. Now I find much less brides are interested in the wedding album. Like Chuck is married. I've heard him speak of it. Okay, so the wedding album, he probably still has it. But today they make wedding albums that are almost like a magazine that you get at the magazine store. So here's my question. What do you guys, are you the new trend or are you with the old trend? Which direction are you going when you have your wedding day?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's video for me is 99.9%. I want video for almost everything. My wedding, I think, is actually my one exception because the quality of the videos that have been coming out over the last 2 years, especially of weddings, is getting to the point where it's losing that sort of the feeling that the wedding really has, and it's turning into almost commercial grade videos because it's so good.
Yeah.
So for me, the photos, first of all, the photos are more important to me than the video. So that's going to be the main focus. And rather than having a very large photo book, I have a friend that's going to be doing the photos at my wedding. And one of the things I've communicated to him is I don't need 10 billion photos. I want you to really try to capture the intimate moments and the things that he knows will resonate with me and my fiance more so. Obviously, the photos are not necessarily the biggest thing I'm spending on the wedding. And I want to put them into a small book, something that I can share with the family as a whole, like on my mom and dad's side, as well as on her side of the family. And it's not going to be, to the scale of a lot of photo books that you see at weddings in the past. I think those are awesome. It's just not, it's not the way I want to approach it. And, even the printing medium, like maybe we'll do it, some metal prints. Like I want to get some of the photos blown up really big for my house once we get to that stage of our evolution of savings and all that good stuff. So having those blown up will be really big. But yeah, for me, I think it's a smaller photo book, something that I can, print on really nice paper, but get it out to more of the family to have as a keepsake.
So you hit all the very high points of the important points. I think you covered just about all of them. I do consultation, not a lot, okay? But you said a key sentence. I want pictures that are going to resonate with me. So all these weekend warrior photographers, I'd like to make a course to sell, okay? Because they don't understand that you're taking pictures and you need to find out what's in Joe's head and his fiance. So I might love to do, that the pictures of the bride with the veil flying every which way but loose and everything. She wanted a picture of her uncle that's up in age, her aunt, the person that came over from England. That's what was on her mind. And apparently, you're just as strong. I want pictures that are going to resonate with me. That was your first, okay? Then you want art. You could take some really cool picture, printed in 3 parts, so it takes up a whole wall in your dining room. Okay, and you take the 3 pictures and they create the 1 picture, but you give like 2 inches between them. So you want art. You want the pictures that you want to see. You want art, and you want a book that you can hold. Because like who said it up there? You can't hold a video, okay, but you can hold a print. So I'm glad you brought up, you really triggered with me wedding photography. That's where I come from. And if you're getting married, dude, I want to talk to you. I do not want to do your wedding. Okay.
Well,
I want to know what's going on in your mind.
Unfortunately, we can't educate the masses. I mean, I'm not, but in the photo world, we can talk about these things and it all makes sense to us. But how do you convey that to people outside the photography community? What we say is important to them, it doesn't matter. I've got the photos on my iPhone. That's all I need. And no matter how much you spew, all the photo, no, you're going to lose those photos in 10 years. You won't have those photos and blah, blah, blah. You need to print. We've talked about this numerous times and I'm all for it, guys. I agree. But, it's the masses. It's the client even out there that you've got to convince. And I don't know, because we are in our own little world of photography. We talk about these things. We argue about these things. We fight about these things, but we're not doing anything to convince the masses that it's important to them. And no matter how much we think it's important, it doesn't matter if it's not important to those that are outside the photography community.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
I mean, you gotta look at it.
Sorry, go
this
ahead, Jeff.
way. You got inks now, certain printers, 200-year archive photos. 200 years. How it versus, oh crap, where'd that thumb drive go to head the I can't find the thumb drive. Oh no, we lost everything.
And back in the day, the DVDs were rotting. So I would give the pictures and the files on a DVD. I bet you dollar to donuts, most of those from that don't work. They've never pulled it out of their underwear drawer, okay, to use it, but I bet you it don't work, okay?
It's interesting because, obviously we've seen film kind of have a renaissance in the last, I don't know, 15, 20 years of, people my age actually really getting into it and wanting to get things developed. You've got creators like Grainy Days. Chuck, you met my buddy Austin, right? He's a film shooter. And it's interesting because most of his film clients are younger folks that want that film look just for the sake of having that film look, right? To capture that moment, preserve it in history. And, for my wedding, I think that's kind of my approach with it is I don't want a promotional dossier on why I got married to my fiance. I want some photos that 15, 20 years from now, when I look back at them, like I am brought back to that moment in my life.
Absolutely.
And, I'm actually doing my first, I think it's the second wedding I've ever done actually, in a couple weeks here on the May long weekend. And I don't usually do wedding photography. Like I take pictures of bricks and walls and buildings. Like that's me. Like I don't really do a lot of client work outside of product work. But one of my colleagues said, hey, I want you to do my wedding. Can you please do my wedding? And I said, okay, well, I'll do it, but we have to have some clear expectations here. If it's indoors, I've never shot flash photography. I'm not learning that for your wedding.
Ooh.
I shoot. Well, like I told her, yeah, well, I wanted her to know. I wanted her to have realistic expectations, right? If it's indoors, I don't know how to, like, if there's natural light, I'm good. If it's artificial light with a studio light and it's just set like I would for a video, sure, I can kind of get by with that. But if it's flash that you want, I can't do that. And she said, no, that's fine. It's going to be all outside. All right, great. Here is a shot schedule for indoors and outdoors the day of the wedding. What do you think? Oh, I'm not worried about it. Okay, let's have a call with your fiance so we can go over test images I've put together.
I don't worry about it until they get the results, and then they worry about it.
So that's what I said to her. Is I said, well, let's have a call and go through some test images. No, here's 4 images. Just do that. So I said to her, I said, okay, well, like, I'll do this, but this is like, you need to care about this more because the day after your wedding, you're going to care, but it's going to be too late. So I'm going to have to take a bajillion photos while I'm at this wedding, which is totally fine. But I would have much rather, to your point, Peter, is get that really clear ask from the client, have a really good meeting with her and her fiance, and have a really good understanding of what they're looking for. Because, I mean, yeah, she said, oh, just pop your drone up the end and get a bit of video. Okay, sure. Of what though? Like, do you want it of the ceremonies that's happening? Do you want it just of the reception? You know what I mean? Like, it's, so I feel like, at least for my wedding, it's like I have a very clear idea. Obviously, I'm a photographer, so I have a very clear idea of what I want. And the person that I'm having do my photos, he understands, like, we're best friends. Like, he understands me very, very well. So I feel like that's not, I mean, obviously you're never going to get to that level with your clients always, but it's great when you can employ someone that you do have that relationship with, you know what their work is, and they're able to make it less stressful, right? It's like you give them a look, they know, oh, you want this angle with this person. Like it's simple, but yeah. Anyways, guys, I got to run here.
I was going to say, Joe, we love you, man, but I don't know how in depth people want to get into your wedding.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm done. Don't worry. That's it. But you know, Jeff, Chuck, great seeing you guys. Peter, really nice meeting you. I'll shoot you my email in the chat there if you ever want to connect and shoot the stuff. I'm always happy to chat. So
Chuck expects an invite to your wedding, by the way, just so you know.
There we go.
Yeah.
He's going to get invited, but bring your camera, by the way.
No, he doesn't want that.
No. I mean, I probably shouldn't tell everyone that my buddy who's shooting the wedding's a Canon shooter.
That's okay.
All right.
Nothing wrong with that.
He has my sympathies.
Mhm.
Yeah. But yeah, well, I think he just finished buying all the RF glass, so he has my sympathies. He's, whoo, that's expensive. That's why I was like, you're the guy. You got all the gear. This is great. Now I can
All
use all
right,
my
Joey.
old F mount
Everybody get
glass.
over and check out Joey's. Check out his channel. We want to. We are little channels, and we're trying to help each other up as we continue in this battle space we call YouTube.
100%.
Joe, it
Awesome,
was
guys.
a pleasure to meet you. God bless you. I hope we meet again. I don't have the chat thing here, but my email is petergregonline@aol.com. So that should be easy. And I do put that, wait, it's in all my videos. I mean, I don't hide that email. Okay. So it's not right at the top, obviously. So if you go through the description, you'll find it. Okay.
Yeah, I know, Peter. I'll send an email for sure. My email's contact JO Digital. So if you see an email from that, it's me. I don't have Joe Man's Land as my handles on there. So
I like that.
Match up.
No Man's Land. Oh, Joe Man's Land.
Yeah. It's better than my old channel. It was called Gojo, and it was just utter trash.
My God.
I was trying to make a GoPro knockoff. Anyways, I'm going to keep talking. That's not good. Bye, guys. Have a good
All
day.
right, Joe. Good to see you, brother.
God bless you, buddy. God bless you.
Thanks, guys. You too. Nice seeing y'all.
Hey, we got a big chat going on over here on HEIF, and I don't know what it is either. And there's a discussion about what it is, and I guess everybody's kind of done a quick search for it to try to figure it out, but there's no real information about what HEIF is, which is one of the discriminating. Yeah, well, it's one of the. Is it? Is it just an Apple thing? Okay, Jeffrey, speak.
Ozman had a good response. He says, let's see.
If I take a picture with this phone, it's not JPEG. Okay.
Okay.
So if I want to send it to, let's say, Chuck, and Chuck is Windows, which I don't, you're not Windows, are you?
No.
Okay. He can't open the file. He's going to need a translator. But if I send it to Jeff, who's Apple, okay, and I really don't know, but I'm guessing. Okay. Yep. Apple will open it. Okay. So it's another form of a JPEG, better quality, but it's a little crunched as to who can and who can't.
Well, that's strange, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, Apple's big enough where they could push it,
Well, that is one of the features purportedly in the Z8 is the HEIF what profile do we call it, or format, or whatever?
Mm-hmm. Better than a JPEG.
Okay. All right. Interesting.
I've got good news for Jeff and Leslie. Okay. Jeff and Leslie say the ink for their Epson printer is supposed to be 200 years ink. He says he doubts if they'll be around in 22-23 to see if it was right. The good news is, they're looking at these, reverse aging pills, that you could take, someday. So you could very well be around in 22-23. I wouldn't rule it out yet.
Chuck might be here. Don't be surprised.
Chuck will be doing, like a 50-hour stream pretty soon. You never know.
My kids built an animated me to keep
animatronic Chuck.
Yeah, and so the poll is still going over there as to when I said 24-ish, and I want to clarify that. Man, you have to be so precise anymore. That's one of the things that I hate about having to type everything out, because everybody can read in it, around it, above it, below it, and add their concept of what they think you're actually saying. But anyway, 24-ish, folks. I'm not saying it's 24. It's just a figure. You want something lower or higher in the ZF? That was my real question. So, 30.
Chuck, I'm gonna have to go now too. Okay.
Oh, Peter.
Would you like to pick a question or two? I think says Peter Gregg, how much did you charge for your very first wedding? And there might be another one I saw.
All right. You start off with that one, and I'll find the other one.
Well, I can't read it. There we go. Jim
It's Guru Rat.
Guru.
Yeah.
Oh, Rat. I was going to go Rot. I was going to make it a little fancy. How much did you charge for your very first wedding? I'm sure you want a simple answer, but you're not going to get that from me. Okay. I grew up around my parents' business. One was a florist, one was a photographer. Boys and their toys. My mother had cameras. Guess what? I was attracted to. And then when the sentence came down, do not touch your mother's cameras. That set everything in motion for the rest of my life. Okay. So my hands were all over her cameras, and instead of beating me up, they pulled me in. So I started off as a cameraman for my mother. So she was able to do the dress, make sure it was round, and I was the cameraman. So I got a lot of technical information. And at about 17 years old, they shipped me out to do my first wedding, but it was still on her prices. Okay. So what I think you're asking in a roundabout way is, how much can I charge to shoot a wedding? Okay. I would get a few weddings under your belt, or if you're a portrait photographer, whatever. If you're a YouTube content creator, get a few something under your belt. Don't go into anything cold. You're not going to enter into the wrestling ring with a wrestler and get the crap beat out of you. You're going to practice. Okay. So do a few free things and then start in gentle, where a person might say, I only want the files. Okay. Which is what I would do today. Honestly, I don't want to be bothered with all that production anymore. There's places online where you could take your files and they'll make you an album. They'll make you a this, they'll make you a that. So anywhere between $500 and $1,300 for, let's say, a 4-hour wedding. Okay. If I was going to do a 4-hour wedding, it would be 3 hours. Number one, I wouldn't do a 4-hour wedding. You've got to dictate what you will and won't do. Okay. You can't go in there like a puppy where you're going to be passed around, or you're going to get sore. All right. So if you're willing, if you can grab $400, $700 to get rolling, it all becomes referrals. I got referred to Chuck here. Randy called me in the middle of the night and says, you need to get out of bed and come over here. I said, no way in hell I'm going to do that. No, you need to come over. So I joined it at 2:33 in the morning, and the man is eternal. He just went. I had to leave at 6:30 or something. I couldn't take it anymore. I mean, and he went on to do a 10.5 hour. He's a legend, and it's not only in his own mind. He's a legend in his own time. Okay, so that's the longest thing. So think of photography when you're going to do it for pay, like sports. Okay, and if you have a child, you wouldn't send your kid in unprepared. Don't send yourself in unprepared. That even includes YouTube. I'm mentoring somebody right now, okay, and they want to get out there and do live streaming. I said, don't you dare, okay? So he's done 3 of them. The guy can't stop cussing for nothing. I said, guess what? You're not going anywhere, dude. I said, that might be how you talk with your buddies, but you're not going to get online and expect to get a following unless you're Logan Paul or somebody that is known for their cussing. Okay. Yeah. You know, there's people that got kids running in the back. So practice. Okay. That was a longer answer than you wanted. I apologize. Sorry, Chuck.
No, how much was your first wedding shoot?
My mother's prices?
No, yours. Peter Gregg's first ever standalone. He's the photog. How much was that? Your first wedding?
My first, let's say 2 or 3, were like $1,500 to $2,000. Okay. And wait, hold on. That is the wrong fishbowl to be in. Everybody and his uncle is in the $1,500 to $2,500 fishbowl. That's the stupidest place to open a hot dog stand, is next to 10 hot dog stands. Okay. So I raised my price up to $6,000 from there. And the next wedding was $6,000. And little by little, they creeped up to $10,000, $12,000. Okay.
See, that's good information there for those that are aspiring to do that.
Right. But I was giving something. Number one, I had no advertising. Number 2, it was the best advertising you can get. And what's that, Chuck? What's the best advertisement you can get?
Word of mouth.
Word of mouth. Okay. So this bride wanted me because that bride had me. Okay. Yeah. So I've been had by more brides than anyone you know. All right. So yeah, that was under the radar joke. Okay. But it was a complete system, which I'm not going to tell you right now. But where did one of you guys, maybe it was Joe. Okay. I might shoot 2,000 to 4,000 shots at a wedding.
Yeah.
But my brides will never get any more than 250, 350.
Yeah.
Okay.
At that point, they're overwhelmed.
Yep.
It's like, oh, here's the pictures I took, and you hand them 900. They
Yeah.
can't deal with it. They cannot
Yeah.
handle it. Okay, you're basically squishing your own customer. So my limit is 200 to 400, depending on the person.
I got to tell you, 300 to 400 good photos to me would be a grand day. I mean, out of no matter how many I took, I'd be happy that I could actually present that many photos.
Well, you should be able to do that. Maybe I'm being a little too forward, but if you can shoot 3,000, you can't come home with 200 good photos. We need to have a little talk.
Well,
you got to figure at least 15 to 20% are ones that you'd hang on your wall if you're doing things right.
About that,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
So you give her 300 photos, and you're squishing her. Okay.
Well, there you go, Jim Guru. Now you know another bit of information about Peter Gregg, his first couple of weddings.
You got another one, or am I done?
You know, I don't have a question. I didn't find it, but Andy brought up a good point here. Peter, AOL, that shows your youth. You still you've got mail notifications.
I think there's 4 people in Miami that have AOL.com. I'm one of them.
Oh,
but
man.
It's all connected to the receipts. When you buy something with your email, we'll send you a receipt. Then you go back to them 8 years later. What's your email? We'll look it up.
Yeah.
Oh, well, my new email is Chuck at AP Studios. Well, we don't have, you didn't buy anything, you know.
Yeah. Yep.
You know, so.
Well, Peter, you sure you got to run?
I'm going to walk. At my age, I do very little running. But yeah, I got to go. Thank you, gentlemen.
Well, I just want to say thank you very much for joining us. That was fantastic. And again, I want to get over to you. When is your live stream that you're doing?
Okay, there's something you need to understand. Okay.
Yeah.
I have a channel called Peter Gregg, and it's at Peter Gregg. Okay. That's my main channel.
I get your notifications for that. Yeah.
Okay. I have a fun channel, which means if you're going to come there and you think we're going to talk about cameras like here, no. Okay. It can go in any direction. It doesn't start with a planned anything. It's like a group of guys getting together for a Friday night or a Saturday night card game. Okay.
I don't know, Peter. That's not far from where I'm at.
We've talked about grits for hours at times.
Yeah.
I got into dishwashers, washing machines. I've broken the cardinal rules: no religion, no politics. I did that. Okay, and it's not a good idea, by the way. Stay away. Okay, seriously. But at my age, I don't care that much, and I don't mean that in an arrogant way. It's but I'm not what do you call it, disrespectful of anybody, right?
Mm-hmm.
The only thing I would be disrespectful of is anything that's abusive to children. That would get my goat. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Or disrespectful one commenter for the other. That would get my goat. I have banned a couple of people for attacking the other commenter, like, you know, Mozman. Who would have a Mozman in their channel? I mean, seriously. Okay. Now, I'm joking, but there's people that really will rant against another commenter. You're out.
Yeah.
Okay. That won't be tolerated. So the live channel, you keep mentioning it, I think people are going to be disappointed. Okay. And then I have a kitchen channel where I cook and all that kind of stuff. And I got a couple of others that I don't think anyone here. I created a channel for people that can't sleep, where I just talk you into the ground until you basically are not sleeping. You're dead. Okay. Okay, so I'm not even going to mention that channel, but
it's great that you're having fun with all this. I mean, considering you're pretty much retired from the wedding photography business and so on. It's good that you're having fun.
Yes, that's the point. And you never retire. If you retire, you're going to die. You got to stay active. Do something.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
I'll tell you, Chuck, when I was a kid, I played the guitar. Okay. We had the high school stage, we had church, and we had my garage. Now, kids have YouTube. They can reach the whole cotton-picking globe right from their bedrooms. So it's a different world. And I did want to ask you something, Chuck, on a personal level. I find myself resentful, and I have to keep it under control, okay, when they take a word and repurpose it, okay? It's like gay. That means, you know what that means, right?
Yeah, fun, yeah.
Happy.
But in the movies of the 50s and the 40s, and the gay was a happy word. I mean, it was like songs that you can't do no more.
No.
Okay. Now they're using words that, like, I don't like that. Like, that's sick.
Yeah. Yep.
That doesn't resonate with me. I'll go with it. Okay.
Well, that's our age, Peter. We grew up in a different world, honestly. I mean, it was the world has changed, no doubt about it, or at least the culture in America has changed. So it's difficult for us. Things that we could say or used to say or whatever.
Put that one up by Andy Miller. That's a good one. Okay. Andy Miller's fourth from the top. Nikon Z8 sucks. Now that's a clickbait title. That was my title. The Nikon Z8 sucks. That is a clickbait title. The whole thing is exactly a title. Okay?
Yeah.
That shows you, as a YouTube content creator, what do I need? Do I need the pat on the back? Okay? That only goes so far. Okay? I need the views. I need the subscribers. I need to be successful.
Yeah.
Okay? The only person that ever came to Earth to die specifically was Jesus.
Yeah.
So everyone else comes here to live. We want medicine. We want doctors. We want technology. If you drink a little bit of this every night before you go to bed, that's what we want. So as YouTubers, anybody that says, oh, I don't care, oh, that is baloney. Okay. It's a cycle. You start by like, oh, I'm on YouTube. And then you get 3 or 4 friends that give you a thumbs up. Ooh, I'm famous on YouTube. And then you get a few more and you get like 20 subscribers. It's like, this is a career. I'm going to quit my job and I'm going to be like Chuck. I'm going to open up a channel and I am going to retire rich. Okay.
You will be. You in no time.
And then it becomes work, okay? Because you could take the most funnest thing in the world, playing tennis, going bowling. Eventually, it all becomes work.
It can be, and that's the whole point. Is if you continue to have fun, man, just have fun. And I say this all the time here on the channel. I don't even care. And this sounds weird. I'm not asking for people for subscriptions. I got above 1,000 and it wasn't to be monetized. It's the fact that I get picked up better in the algorithm now. That's what that's for, so that we can continue to build a community. Am I sappy for saying that? I don't care, because that's who I am. I'm having fun. I really am, but I won't deny it is work. It really is. No doubt about that. But I am having fun. The only thing that I ever ask for, Peter, is likes. And that just motivates me. Everybody
like you. I like you, Chuck.
Everybody likes a pat on the back.
You'll be okay, Chuck. I like you. It's no problem.
Well, you know what?
After your last thumbnail, I was thinking I needed to send you flowers.
The day that it isn't fun anymore, I'm moving on to something that is fun, Peter. That's just it. Am I crazy for starting a YouTube channel at 60 years old?
No.
I did it to have fun, and I'm going to continue to have fun with it. So yeah, absolutely. I have no intent.
The rich. Book, the book by what's his name? Dale Carnegie. How to Win Friends and Influence People. That's as much alive today. The premise of that is find out what the other guy needs and provide it. Okay, that's the premise of that book. I just thank you. You're welcome. I just saved you $20. Okay. Find out what the other person needs and provide it with a smile. So when Chuck created his YouTube channel, he saw a niche, which I think is darn cool. Okay. Instead of everybody commenting, he's going, come on in. We want you to be here.
Yeah.
Okay. That's pretty risky because you could get a couple of goofballs, but
Oh,
you can
yeah.
handle it. You can handle it. Okay.
Right here.
I was thinking of me, not you, Jeff. Okay.
Maybe here's the selfish side of me. I do it because I enjoy it, regardless. And I shouldn't say regardless. That's not the case. I do want everybody to enjoy it as well, but I do it because I enjoy it. So that's it.
On that note, I'm going to go with what Woody said. It's typical. I say good. It's called a Greek goodnight, Woody. Okay. A Greek goodnight starts at like 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. And the people finally don't leave till 1 a.m. in the morning. Okay. So it's a Greek goodbye. All right. It's just part of who I am, Woody. You're going to have to deal with it. What can I tell you? Woody is 100% photography. Okay.
Yep.
I don't think he's made a video. If he has, I've never seen it put up. But let me tell you something, at his age, and Woody is an old man. Okay. I love you, Woody. Okay. He puts up pictures on Facebook and just won't quit. So he's enjoying his photography taking.
Yep.
So my hats off to Woody. Good job, Woody.
Hey, Andy Miller over in the UK wants to know, what time is your live stream? What day and what time?
Friday at 10 o'clock. Don't be disappointed. It's going to be very little on camera. It's mostly, hi, Andy. I like your avatar. What you doing over there? And just hearing the name gets a person sparked up. So I put every single comment, unless it's a bad comment, on there. And it takes an hour, 2 hours, sometimes 3 hours to go through the comments just to say hello. Okay. And I might get a question. What camera would you buy today, Peter? Well, is that a fair question to any photographer? What kitchen knife would you buy today, Chuck?
Yeah.
All right. I mean, can you please tell me what kitchen knife should I buy?
Yeah. That requires an interview, to be honest with you, to understand what they like to do, what they want to do down the road. And, that's what used to frustrate me. When I was a kid, I said, I always wanted to have a camera store. I said, because if I had a camera store, it would be different. I would talk to the person who wants to buy the camera. I'd lose my shirt because I'd spend too much time talking to the potential purchaser to make sure that I didn't sell them something that they really didn't want or didn't need. Try to sell them something that fit what they wanted to do now and what they might want to do later. And that's what's missing so much from any stores now. It's just a matter of I don't care. As long as I get the sale, I don't care whether you're happy with it or not.
Well, you know something, Jeff? I did a consultation. I would say it's more than a month, of a guy that's got 2.5 million subscribers. Okay. He paid me, little old me, to give him advice. And I gave him the correct advice. He's got a YouTube channel. Okay. He's got 3 guys that are, what do you call it? Cameramen. He walks around. He doesn't hold a camera or anything. Okay. But there's a key there, and that is to listen. Why would he even want a consultation with me? Okay. He wanted a consultation with me to tell him the truth. And I did. Okay. He's got a wife and he's got 2 kids. And more than half of his channel is taking pictures of the kids spilling chocolate milk, putting Cheerios and pouring milk, and they pour the whole cotton picking carton. Okay. And here's the key: happy wife, happy life. So the 3 guys that are his camera people wanted C200s. So they figured I was going to go, oh yeah, you got all this 2.5 million, you need a C200. Okay. What he needed to hear is that his wife they keep a camera on the kitchen counter. Okay. And when the kid is doing something dumb and dumber, she needs to grab it and shoot and get it. So if she does that 4 times, and every time it's a miss because the C200 takes so long to start, and the C200 is so heavy, and what the hell is an iris compared to an ISO? Where's the P mode? Okay. I told him you need a Canon. You need a Canon. I don't remember what was the hot Canon at that time, but let's say R5. And the guys all, oh, no. That's an amateur camera. I said, I have to give you my honest opinion. How long will it take before your wife misses the pictures? That's the main thing in her mind on that channel. So she's not a dish, okay? Yeah. She's the main helping, or whatever you call it, main course, okay? Mm-hmm. So how long before you're sleeping on the couch because the ding-dong camera you bought don't work for her? What's with the C200, dude? She can't handle that. I can't handle it, okay? I have a friend, Justin, at Baby Back Maniac. It's about baby barbecue ribs, okay? And perfect example. More money means better video. He bought the C200. He fought that camera till he finally sold it, and he took a big, heavy loss financially for it, okay? He would call me, and I would say, don't do that, okay? Oh, but this is my business now, all right? So now he likes to talk about cameras so much, he opened up Baby Back Maniac Leftovers. And he just bought an R8, and lo and behold, he's discovered the R8 does nothing but overheat. Yeah. And he's going like, how can Canon put out a camera like that? Well, let's look at their history. R5 overheating, R6 overheating, R7 overheating. Did you think that the R8 was going to be the holy grail? Where do we do where the trends follow a trend? Okay. So if you want to see somebody that's just fighting with an R8 all day long, Baby Back Maniac Leftovers. That's a plug. He's got like 40 subscribers, so it's not like we're going to bowl him over, okay? But he's a good friend. He bought a camera from me, okay, 5 years ago, and he's become one of my best friends, okay? So I told him, why'd you buy the R8? Seriously. I mean, it's like he gets frustrated with the G7X Mark III because it won't focus.
Yeah.
So he just got himself a second helping, a heaping helping of frustration. That's what he's going to do. It's going to go back. I know him. Okay. Boys and their toys. That is a theme that you will hear on my channel a lot.
Well, and that's okay too. Boys,
I like my toys. What are you kidding?
Right. And the bigger the boy, the bigger the toy, right?
Amen.
So there you go. Yeah, and I'm just happy that I have a beautiful bride that supports me in that.
You just got married? Congratulations,
No. She's still my bride after all these years.
I know. I just, stoking the fire a little bit.
Oh.
When I came on and you were on for 10 hours, she was out of town. That's how you got away with that.
Okay. That's right. That's exactly what I told my wife. I says, there's no way Chuck would have been on 10 hours if his wife was home.
I got to tell you, I'm not kidding. She supports me in that. She thinks I'm crazy when she's right, but she supports me in that. She's still out of town. She'll be back the middle of this month.
Are you still married?
Yes, absolutely.
No, that was a tease.
I know.
If I didn't know you were solid, you'd never say something like that. Okay.
Yeah.
So guys, I appreciate you allowing me in again. It's kind of cool to be meeting all these wonderful people. Jeff's first time I met you, but I have heard your name. So the people
that might not be a good thing.
No, the people in this circle know. They mention you, okay? So I've met Roy. Roy comes in, and Roy is so dry when he's over here. But let me tell you, that guy has got a sense of humor. Unbelievable.
Yes. He's made many of these Wednesday streams, but this is the worst time slot for him to be in here. But he has made quite a few of them, and I don't know how he does it. And then the Saturday stream as well. So, and then I see him on commenting on videos, that are all odd hours of the day or night. So yeah, man, he's something else.
And the other guy, I really like his sense of humor. He's Asian. I can't remember his name.
Frames.
Oh,
Frames.
yeah,
Yes,
yeah, yeah.
frames.
Yeah, I
Oh
sent
my
him.
God. He'll
Yeah.
be telling you that on the A3 menu, you change this, you change this, and he's all got this seriousness. And then he'll say, this year Washington's not having a Thanksgiving because they sent their turkey to Washington. And it's like, wait, where do we go from fixing the menus to a joke? I mean, and he does it the same tone. You have no clue what hit you, you know?
Yep.
I love that. That is freaking awesome. Okay.
Yeah, I like frames too. I sent him so I get on his case all the time, Peter. He'll show up on everybody's stream but mine.
Oh, he was on yours. As soon as I got off, he came on.
Yeah,
It's
well,
me. Your
yeah.
problem is me.
No, not at all. I was trying to get out of here, and again, well, no, he came in earlier. He was in here earlier, wasn't he? I can't remember, but anyway, yeah, I know it's a tough time slot for him as well, so he can't make it, all the time, and that's understandable. Man, this whole time zone thing, the sun doesn't shine on the world at the same time or on every location at the same time, so it does make it difficult. That's why I actually went to two streams, Peter, one in the afternoon and one later at night, hoping
Two different groups.
trying to, and it seems to work out that way.
I might try that. It won't,
Yeah.
I could turn the cameras on. This room is dedicated for that. Okay.
Yeah.
So the Greek goodbye is over, unless Chuck, you wanted to ask me something, or Jeff, of course.
No,
Jeff, I'm not leaving you out.
A pleasure meeting you, sir.
You're really cool. You actually look like you're in a camera store. I see a gazillion lenses. I see the Nikon posters, and I'm thinking, like, is he broadcasting from a camera store?
No,
or
this is actually not a fake background. It is real. Much to my wife's discontent,
Peter, don't believe him. He's broadcasting live from B&H at the Nikon counter.
And I'm broadcasting from the North Pole. Okay.
There you go. Absolutely.
I'm Christmas for 365 since 2009 or 10. Okay.
That is who you are. I mean, everybody knows the Christmas room, even
so
if they
could go to you to ask for what we want for Christmas, then, right?
No, the reason they come for me is because I try to make it so it's a feeling of Christmas morning in the term of the spirit of the thing. There's no arguments. There's no harassment. There's some controversy with the camera, but you don't wake up Christmas morning to fight normally. Okay. Unless you're in North Vietnam. Okay. But everywhere else in the world, it's that Christmas feeling. And that got passed down to me from my dad. He said, because I was in the next room over and we had our tree up, and Dad said, why are your cameras pointing that way? You got a Christmas tree over there that's more beautiful than you. Hello? Turn the camera around. And I, of course, poo-pooed it, came from Dad, right? But he was right. And I turned it and I tried to get away from Christmas, and I got painted to the wall. Okay.
Well, Peter, I love having you in here, man. I told you the last time. I told you when they woke you up in the middle of the night, and I still can't believe that. That's a story to be told for a while. But you're welcome anytime. And
I gotta go. My 2:00 is a little late, but they're on the phone now.
We enjoyed it, Peter.
Bye, guys. Love everybody. Everybody, God bless you guys. Bye.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
All right. Wow. And there you go. The unexpected. Peter Gregg shows up. You got to love Peter. Definitely speaks his mind, and I think that's fantastic. Yeah. Oh, man. We're at 2.5 hours, which is really nothing for us. And I'm holding up better than I thought I would with my sinus problem. But man, and thank you all everybody for all the comments. Sorry we didn't get to answer all the comments going on over there. But this HEIF thing, I was really interested in that. The other thing is, could this indicate, and this is going to sound crazy, especially for stills photographers, they won't even know what I'm talking about, but vertical video specifically for phone content. That's a thing now. I think there is one of the camera manufacturers that's offering that. to me, I wouldn't be interested in it, but I'm curious to know if Nikon's going to try to implement that in this camera. So with the Z8 right now, the Z8 being what we think is a baby Z9, I mean, with tweaks, limitations and other things, of course. So I have to be careful when I say that, because it can't be exactly the Z9 because it's not the same size, same battery or anything else. But I'm not worried about the stills at all. I'm more not concerned. I'm more interested in what the video is going to be in that camera. So this could be a very big camera for Nikon. It really could, because there are a lot of people in the video community out there. I already know from my stepson talking to his friends that they are actually interested in it. And they're typically Sony shooters, most of them are, but they're interested in this because of what the Z9 has and hoping that the Z8 can replicate that in a smaller package. And there's a question, Andy's asking, vertical video, isn't that just one option with a Z9? I don't know. Is it? I don't even know. Maybe it is. If it is, I'll have to offer that to my stepson. He'll be here Friday to do more videos.
Greg Wilson had Greg Wilson made a comment that he's working on a new video, but it's too long. You're not sure what to do and doesn't know how to shorten it up. And I would just say to Greg, just make it 2 parts.
Yeah.
Give it a title, say part 1. Next week, come out with part 2.
Yep. Absolutely.
That's all.
Yep. Thomas Heaton has a Z8. How do you know that, space people? Is this just a guess, or did he leave some kind of clue that he might have it? I don't doubt that I'm sure he probably does, honestly. Jim Gurus is asking, will the future Z8 have 8K 30 videos? Yeah, it's from what we know right now. I mean, the rumor is that it will actually up to 60. Yeah. 8K 60.
He wants to know who Frames is. I'll let you answer that one, Chuck.
Frames is his own. He's his own person. Yeah, Frames is a lot of fun. He's fantastic. Check out Frames TM on YouTube. Frames, capital T, capital M, all together on YouTube, and I think you'll enjoy. His latest video definitely stirred the pot, though, and he's got all kinds of comments on that last video. So check him out, though, by all means. By turning the camera into portrait vertical and using the grip. Really, it will actually video in upright vertical. Wow. Am I stupid? Maybe I am. Well, there is no maybe to it. Yeah, man. I'm going to try it now. I appreciate that, Andy. Long time ago. Where's Roy? Roy would jump on this conversation. He'd love to be in this conversation. Specifically used for mugshots by finished play. I remember that.
Yeah.
That was half frame.
Yeah, like the pen camera. Olympus pen was half frame, but Nikon had half frame had a limited amount of half frame cameras too. I think that Gray talked about it on the last live stream that he was on, and he mentioned the two. I think there were 2 Nikon models that were actually half frame.
Yeah, they wanted to do that. They specifically asked for that camera to be made because they felt like they were wasting film on all the mug shots. They didn't need the whole frame. So if they could shoot in half frame, it would work out better for them.
Yeah. They had an S3M, which would have been a rangefinder. And then they had the FM2 that they made 34 of them for what Andy's talking about for the mug shots.
Yeah.
34 FM2s that were half frame so they could get twice as many pictures off of a roll.
Yeah, Andy says Gray is the only reason I knew this. Yeah, I'll tell you, I'd like to sit down with Gray and just chat with him. Just let him talk, man. I enjoy listening to him talking about those days where he experienced all of his photography and his zeal for photography, but all the bands. I like the rock and roll connection. But then again, that's my era. So I enjoy talking about it. AP Studios, thanks for the information. Wow, Nikon Z8 8K60. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Will it have an external fan to keep the body cooler? I don't expect it to. So we're waiting to see what kind of secret sauce Nikon puts into this to be able to shoot 8K reliably. And I don't expect it to shoot 8K for 2 hours by any stretch of the imagination. So that's going to be interesting to see. We'll find out in what is it? 6 days, 17 hours, 51 minutes, and 45 seconds from now.
You'll find out what the video limitation is for time.
Yeah. Give or take a few minutes for complications in their stream and things like that. But anyway, in that ballpark, we should know something. Man, this has been a great day today, and I'm not going anywhere just yet, folks. But it's been a great day. I mean, Peter joined us. That was fun. You guys are always great. It's been fantastic with everybody in here. And of course, drum roll, please, the amazing Mr. Jeffrey Neville from Selective Imagery. Thank you, Jeffrey, as always, for being in here.
Oh, no problem. You put up with me, so I show up.
That's not true at all. Hello, Rakesh. Haven't seen you. I don't know if you've been in the chat for a while. Maybe out doing something, just listening to us. But welcome.
Yeah, he's confirming. He says that Tom does have the Z8.
Cool. Well, you heard Peter. I know people that have it. Peter, don't say that, man. You just open yourself up for. Yeah, you know what? I haven't said that today. Again, see how I am. I'm so concerned about growing on YouTube and making money and everything else that I completely forgot. Hit the like. I would appreciate.
Where's the shirt? Get out the shirt. The shirt.
Then I got to hang it back over. I know.
That's a nice shirt, though. That's made. That looks like it's made very well.
It is. It is. Of course, my wife found that for me, as I've said before. But yeah. Maybe one of these days this summer, I'll wear it around town and people ask me for what, and I can tell them. Maybe I'll have shirts here eventually. I'm still working that piece out.
Hey, that's what you got to do for a survey is come up with like 3 or 4 taglines that you might put on a shirt and let people vote for, which order, what ones they like best. And that'll tell you what shirt to make first.
No, you're absolutely right. That's exactly what I need to do, Jeffrey. You are correct, sir. And that's what I'll do. I wish I could remember all the lines that have come through the streams over the last 2 years, because there have been some fantastic, my favorite of all, and while the grits, holds a place in my heart, the blurry Bigfoot. I mean, that has to be the king of, the weird things that we've discussed on AP Studios. So thank you, Mozman, for letting or teaching us or helping us with that. Wow. You guys might be interested in the fact that 70 votes so far on the ZF what sensor, and it's almost it's 59% low, 41% high. That surprises me. I really expected it to stay with the low for the most part of the poll. Yeah. You got it. You got it, Maz, man. No doubt about that. And I'll say it again. The Z8 is the D850 mirrorless. So we can put that to bed.
I forget who it was, but Mozman was nice enough to answer the question. Someone had, I'd have to go way back. Someone asked if that I should shoot 4K with my videos, and it's funny because just the other night I was talking to Mozman about that, and he gave the correct response to the individual, and I apologize for not remember who asked the question, but I just don't want to get into. I just had to buy a second RAID system because of basically my video content is getting out of control. And I don't want to do 4K. I don't want to deal with the file sizes. I don't want to deal with how long it takes YouTube to go through and because right now you do HD, it'll do SD first, and then it sucks your file in, and then it reprocesses it to HD. And if you do 4K, it takes 4 times as long, and I don't want to be living at the computer any more than I already am, which is why I'm just doing HD. But I know it's a huge difference because I actually watched one of my own videos, which I hadn't done before. I got a 4K TV and I got a YouTube hot link to YouTube on there, and I never used it. So I went in there and I watched one of my videos, which was HD, and of course the TV up converts it to 4K, and boy, it looked nice. I just don't want to do that on YouTube. It's just going to cost me even more money, and I don't make any money doing this. So
hey guys, if you want to see 8K, well, you're not going to see 8K, but at least in 4K, go over to AP Studios group and check out that video that I dropped, the link for that video that I dropped, because he shot in 8K. Of course, YouTube actually, not that you can tell the difference, but YouTube actually uploaded that video in 8K. How's that? How's them apples? That's pretty wild. I didn't even know you could upload in 8K. Wonder how long that took to upload.
That's like you do it and you go to bed and you wake up the next morning and it's maybe done. Maybe.
Yeah. But I'll tell you, it is beautiful video that he did. The guy's actually good. And I just thought I would post it because one of the key pieces in there, he's a Sony shooter, and he was impressed with the video in the Z9. His only real negative was the fact that he wanted to see it in a smaller body. So that was the reason way back when everybody was talking about it, that we went down this route of the Z8 is probably going to be a baby Z9. It's just, and I think anybody that doubts it will see how popular this camera is going to be, unless we're way off and they come up with something crazy. There you go. The drunk wedding photographer. How you doing? I forgot your name, man. Doesn't have audio yet. No audio yet.
We want to make sure, though, you're sober, though, before you come on.
Yellow. You hear me?
Hello. There you go. We hear you. Can you hear us?
Loud and clear.
All right. I forgot your name. I'm sorry. You
gave
your
My name is
the
David Cruz. Z-R-U-Z.
David. Okay. All right, yeah. David.
If you could remember Penelope Cruz, then you can remember my name.
Hard to forget Penelope Cruz, isn't it? So that shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, now I got that image in my head. That ain't good.
Yeah, because there's the Cruz, the C-R-U-Z for Penelope Cruz, and then there's the Tom Cruise, the C-R-U-I-S-E.
Yeah.
So it's the cross cruise.
No, I'll go with your first choice.
Yeah. But I wanted to chime in on the vertical video thing. So I have a Panasonic.
Hang on just a minute, David. Hang on just a minute. I got FedEx at the door. I'll be right back, guys. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
Oh, so I got a Panasonic Lumix G100, and it does vertical video. So long as you just tilt the camera vertically, when you import it into your computer, it automatically rotates it as a vertical video. And if you transfer it directly to your phone through the Wi-Fi feature that it has, which is a little clunky, but it works, it recognizes as a vertical video. So it looks like your phone took it. So,
okay.
Which is something, which is a feature that I didn't even know it had until I was just playing around with the Wi-Fi feature. But it's super clunky. You have to have a really good Wi-Fi connection. And if you're traveling and you're using the Wi-Fi hotel, it takes a very long time, but it works. They got something going, but
yeah, it's interesting. I never tried. I mean, I'm doing video, but I'm always shooting horizontal, because but I've never tried it in vertical, and I'll have to try it just to try it. But I mean, I'm sure it works on the Z9 that way too, but I just never, just like when I do stills, I mean, I always try to force myself to do a small percentage of my images vertical just so I have a mix, but I do tend to shoot horizontal probably. Well, the 80-20 rule, 80% horizontal, maybe 20% vertical.
No, for me, it's the other way around. I shoot 80, maybe even 90 vertical, and I have to tell myself, you got to shoot a horizontal. You got to shoot a horizontal.
Well, you're doing weddings though, right? So
Yeah.
that's yes. If I was doing weddings, I would be more in the way you're talking. But when I'm doing wildlife and landscapes and stuff, it's going to be the other way around.
Yeah, and even for group photos, verticals sometimes works best because well, and that's another thing I wanted to chime in on the ZF possible megapixel count and why I prefer low megapixel. But we'll wait. I'll put that in the back burner. But yeah, for group photos, vertically makes sense because most clients seldom print anything larger than 8x10.
Yeah.
So when you go from the 4x6 crop to an 8x10 crop, you lose, a good chunk of that image. So if you shoot a horizontal photo, a group horizontal, someone always gets cut off, and you don't want that. then the client blames you that you didn't take the right picture because they get cut off. They got cut off when they printed it. So if you shoot a group photo vertically, it crops off the sky as opposed to cropping off grandma, which you never want that.
Or cutting grandma off at the knee,
right?
They say, right?
Yeah. So yeah, so those are the two reasons that I shoot mostly vertical. And then when it comes to frame, so Matthew's saying 8x12, yeah, but most places don't sell 8x12 frames. Like they have to order an 8x12 frame. You can walk into a Target and you find an 8x10 frame and 11x14 frame. So I'm always thinking like, what will a client print if they do? It's always 8x10.
Yeah, it's frustrating because I do everything in the 3:2 aspect ratio. So I do print 8x12s and 12x18s and so on and so forth. And luckily there's a Michael's near me, and they do have some 8x12 frames, but not very many. Like you said, most of them are
8x10.
Most of them are 8x10.
And that's even assuming
4x6, 5x7.
That's if you're lucky that they print, which it's man, nowadays it's like clients just want the digital files, but it's like, you gotta really push the prints. And albums, man, you're lucky if you saw an album these days.
Well, I'll ask you this question because I'm bad sometimes at remembering names. I mean, Vahagen had a really good live stream one time from a very famous wedding photographer, and he's still providing a big part of his service is to come up with a very, very lavish photo album.
Yeah.
With prints in it.
Yeah, Vahagen caters more towards like the higher end client.
But he doesn't give them prints. He told me he just gives them the files, and I guess that's the question I have for you too. And this is just my thinking, not necessarily correct. I will caveat that statement. But I guess if I got stuck, or I shouldn't say I got stuck. I got asked to do 4 weddings in my lifetime. It was either for best friend's daughter, eventually, that type of thing. But I thought if it was something that I was ever going to do for a living, that I'd be nervous with the way things are now, where probably a very high percentage of wedding photographers just give them the files, because a lot of people, I guess what I would be afraid of is you're taking great pictures, and then you hand over a thumb drive to the client, and you say, "Here you go." And even though, like Vahagen will say, he'll recommend places that they should go to have the prints done, my fear would always be that, okay, they're just going to go down the street to the pharmacy and have the prints made up, and then they're not going to be happy with how they came out. And instead of realizing the fact that it's where they had the prints made, they're going to like blame the photographer and say, "Oh yeah," somebody will say, "Oh, these prints came out awful. Who was the photographer that did your wedding?" And they're
absolutely 100%. That always happens. In fact,
how do you feel about that?
Yeah, a few years ago, my mom recommended one of her friends to me, right, to photograph her wedding. and she didn't book. I was too. I mean, and this was ages ago. I was only charging like 150 an hour, so I'm talking like 10 years ago. It was a very long time ago, and it was expensive for her at the time. Anyway, long story short, to piggyback on your story, yeah, she got her photos, and she went to CVS and she used those dye sublimation printers, those Kodak ones.
Yeah.
And yeah, she ended up suing the photographer, claiming that her photo sucked, but not realizing that it was the printing quality, not the actual pictures that the photographer took. So yeah, that happens.
Yeah, so that would be my fear, and well, thankfully, I mean, I'm a people person, but the thing I found out frustrating, even just doing a handful of weddings, was even though I knew the person getting married, I didn't know Uncle Fred and Aunt Louise and all these other people, and so you ask for someone, say, can you assign somebody to help gather the people that you want in specific photos and whatnot. So you'd always ask that, but it never happened. And it's like, so everybody's running around last second, where's Uncle Joe? And everybody's running around the whole reception hall looking for Uncle Joe. And, everything just got dragged out so long because, you don't know all the relatives, So
Uncle Joe's at the open bar with the drunk wedding photographer. That's where he's at.
Yeah. Well, there were a few that got pretty toasted. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
And that's a separate problem.
Yeah, but that's why I push prints, because see, for me, standard, like with every client, I give them a set of proof prints.
Yeah.
One, because it's something that nobody else does, and that's my main selling point, that you get that, well, not for free, but it's it's included. But a client sees value in that they can actually hold and touch their photos, and because it's something that nobody does, it's like, oh, I want that, and that experience of like opening a package with your photos, it's something else that just obviously seeing it on screen just can't replicate. But as everybody keeps mentioning, like, oh yeah, but that's not standard, so you have to make it how can I say, you have to get clients excited for that. You have to sell that product. But again, it's not, I don't charge anything extra for it. It's included in the package, but it's like you have to really sell it.
Right.
As they say, you can't sell what you don't show. So
right. I think it's important that you spell out everything clearly in the contract, and I applaud you for doing the proofs, because that's what I did. It was for friends. I mean, they got every single picture that I deemed that was decent, and I put it in a photo album for them. And then I said, okay, now pick out X number of prints, and that was my wedding gift to them. Here's all the proofs in an album. Now pick out which ones you want blown up, and then I went and I had them blown up. And
yeah, that's actually the exact same model I follow, except they also get an online gallery, and from there they can print whichever photo they want. So yeah, because I think for me that's a proven model and it worked. So I know it doesn't work these days, but it's something that some people do appreciate. And because I'm using film, it's like they're already looking for old stuff. So selling prints doesn't take that much extra work, for me at least.
Yeah, people are asking who's the voice behind the icon, and it's David Cruz, for those of you who didn't hear him give his name, and he goes by the drunk wedding photographer. So that's who's talking right now.
Hey, that's me.
And he's sober, so that's a plus. He's sober today. So that's good.
Yeah. Somebody said he doesn't sound drunk.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. Oh, dang, disappointing.
Hey, it's funny you brought that up, because I was just going to ask. I saw that drop earlier during the stream, Grades of Westminster, and the title, Nikon Z8, the final countdown, Nikon versus Red case dismissed, Nikon ZF in September, Nikon report 111. So I wondered if anybody had been over to see that yet. I've got it queued up to watch it after the stream ends, but it's funny. They've really been making fun of all the chatter about Z8, but I guess it's real now. So it's kind of hard to deny. So I'm looking forward to watching it just to see what they have to say. I thought you might have watched it and brought it up. And yes, the question, ZF or Z6 III, who knows?
I think from a selling, if you want to sell product and you really want to bump up your bottom line, the Z6 III is going to outsell that other camera, 20 to 1. I mean, if you're really looking at revenue, if the other one is a niche market camera, which is fine to do, but makes it more expensive to make because you're not going to make a large quantity. So you're going to have to charge a premium price, and that people may not want to pay because they don't have the volume of production to keep the costs as low. So that's the only negative with a niche camera.
Well, it's. I just wondered if they had any enlightening information, Andy, because again, I like I said earlier in the stream that I talked to my camera store yesterday, and all of a sudden the Z8 does exist. At least that's the way they acknowledged it. They said, "Oh, you want to get on the Z8 waiting list?" I didn't say anything about Z8. And I said, "Well, yes, I do." And anyway, I went through the whole story earlier. So I'm wondering how much information retailers have received, whether it's they have any information about the camera or just the name of it or anything else. But it seems that I just thought maybe Gray's has some information as well. Not that they're going to turn loose of anything that's, they can't speak about, but it's just funny that all of a sudden they're acknowledging Z8.
David, what are you shooting for doing your weddings right now? What camera are you using?
Okay, I'll get to that in a quick second. I just wanted to piggyback on what Chuck just said about camera stores not knowing. Having worked at Ritz, Sammy's, there's this place called King Photo Supply out in Lancaster, and I worked. What was the other place? La Piñata Camera in Pasadena, California. We never knew anything about new cameras. Like, so if they don't know, then I believe them because they never told us anything until the day of. So Nikon just drops it on them. Hey, here's a shipment of these cameras. We're going to announce it tomorrow. You can start talking about it, and they have to learn on their own. Or how much? That's pretty much how it was. Or
wow.
I remember when the Nikon DF, because I was working at Sammy's Pasadena when the DF was introduced and the D4. And I don't remember what day it was, but I remember on Saturday of that week, the Nikon rep showed up. His name was Mike. I don't know if he's still the rep. But this was back in 2013, 2014. Showed up, brought some pizza, and he said, "Hey, our new camera is going to be released." I was like, "Yeah, we know about it. We heard it from the internet." So that's as far as we got. So I don't know if maybe if the only store I would say that maybe knows something will be B&H.
Yeah, as large as they are, there's a good possibility they have somebody at B&H knows. But yeah, it's interesting. I just thought that there was some kind of a learning curve that they had to go through to actually be able to sell the camera and answer questions, because there are going to be tons of questions by people calling and asking before they order.
Yeah, no, it depends of whatever the Nikon rep told them, or whatever pamphlets they brought in. At least that's how it worked when I was working at the shops. So we were just dependent on the Nikon rep to show up with some new info that you couldn't find online.
Okay. Yeah. And Andy's saying there's a countdown for certain information to be released to retailers to allow them to put up the camera for sale on their sites. Right now, it will be very little in most stores. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's pretty much how it was. Yeah.
Yeah. I just wondered if they even had the model that was coming out or anything like that. I'm not talking all the specs or anything else, but
so no, I wish we had models.
So you didn't even receive cameras or stock until after the announcement, sometime after the announcement for the camera. Is that correct?
Yes and no. It depends, because for Ritz, we had the flagship stores, and so whenever we had new product, the flagship store will get it first, and then will be the other stores. So for example, in LA, our flagship store was in Beverly Hills, so whatever new product there was out, they will get it first, and then it will trickle down to the other stores. So
okay.
But that was with Ritz. With Sammy's, Technically, they do have a flagship store, the one on Fairfax, 3rd
Mhm.
Fairfax. So they always got the product first as well, and then it would trickle down to Pasadena, Culver City.
Okay.
So yeah, so it's yes and no.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. We learn more and more all the time.
Yeah, man, I miss working at camera shops, but man, it was just so sales driven. And then as I said, because I shoot on film, now to answer Jeff's question, because I shoot on film, it was like it was hard to like not necessarily for me to sell because I like selling, but I hate it when clients would ask, "Oh, what camera do you use? What do you recommend?" I was like, "Well, this is what I recommend for you, but that's not what I use."
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Well,
but yeah,
that's the thing is really a good salesman is trying to sell what fits the person rather than what you may want.
yeah, because I would always ask them, it's like the typical, well, how much do you have on in your pocket, and what do you want to shoot? Like that's usually, and so it's funny because it was, oh, I want the best. I was like, yeah, but the best may not work for you, for what
Right.
you want to do. So, and that's one thing, and I hate to bring it up, but that's the one thing I didn't like about working at Sammy's, because they wanted you to sell, but then they also didn't want you to spend a lot of time with the customer.
Yeah. Well, they want you to upsell everybody
Yeah.
to sell the higher priced models, and
Oh, of
then and
course.
like you said, and they don't want you to spend any time with anybody, and that's the problem with retail in general, is they don't really want to know the customer to really do right by them. So when the
Yeah.
customer leaves, they don't feel like, oh, they sold me something that is too complicated, or I really am not going to use half of this. They didn't listen to me,
Yeah, and that's the issue we have with Ritz. Because at Ritz they will sell you the camera, and then they would push the it was called the ESP. I forgot what it stood for. It was like but it was like their what was it? Their insurance policy. So they will push that, then they will push the bag, they will push the extra battery, the tripod, and then usually I want to say like 50% of the time, customers will come back a week later to return all that stuff.
Well, Jeff and Leslie says, I thought a good salesman sells what brings the highest commission. And I says, well, if you're looking at, oh, I'm going to do what I got to do to make the most money, but in some ways that's short-sighted, because if you take care of a person and you don't oversell them on something, then they're the ones that are going to remember how you treated them, and then they're going to come back when they're ready to get the next higher thing. And in the end, long term, you'll make out better. That's just my opinion.
Which one? I forgot which live stream we were talking. Well, not me, but you guys were talking about Canon and Sony killing it on the marketing.
Yeah.
And then I chimed in and I said, well, when I worked at retail, Canon, Sony, and Olympus, they would either bring us pizza on Saturdays, or they will give us like $20 to sell their cameras. Like for every camera that you would sell, they'll give you $20, and for every accessory that you would sell from them, they'll give you $5. So obviously over time, you can make your entire paycheck by just selling their product, even if you didn't believe in it, or even, like, who cares? Like, you're just trying to make a buck. So that's one thing. I think that's one of the reasons why Canon and Sony particularly grew so quickly in such a short amount of time, specifically Sony. Because I remember when Sony released their Sony Alpha, everybody made fun of it. But look at them now.
Uh-oh.
What's good, guys?
Do I need to even announce him anymore?
What's up?
What's up, Mr. V?
Nothing, man. Just woke up, actually.
Wow.
Say, you sound like you had a long night.
Yeah, the glamorous life of a working photographer, man.
Hey.
I went to bed at 7 a.m. actually. So
Wow.
I had to. It was time-sensitive editing I had to do, and I had to go through about 3,000 shots.
Whoa.
Yeah. So, yep. It's not all fun and games.
all guts, no glory, right?
Yeah. You guys ever see that meme online where like, this is what I actually do, this is what people think I do? You know that you've seen that,
Oh
right?
yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was the fourth box on that one last night. So
I know editing is the worst part of being in business. Editing and working on your website and.
yeah, man. It's what's going on? David's in here, huh? What's going on?
Hey. I was just in the middle of answering Jeff's questions about what I used to shoot or for weddings, right?
Yeah.
Primarily, I use a Nikon F5, and I just picked up a new to me F6 during the pandemic because they were pretty cheap, and it was also around the time when they were discontinued. So I was like, oh, I better get one before they're more difficult to find. So I primarily use that, and then I use a DF for reception. And an SB 400 that I attached to it, because my style for reception is a slow sync to get the movement when they're dancing and when they're walking.
Yeah.
It takes a lot more practice and you get a lot more misses. But you know, if you can stand still, if you can not breathe for 5 seconds, then you're getting pretty good shots. And then for lenses. Primarily, I use the 1995 version of the AF Nikkor 50-1.4, and yeah, that's pretty. Oh, and the 35 f2 non-D for the DF. But yeah, that's pretty much my setup. Keep it simple, minimal.
Hey, Jeffrey.
Howdy.
Where's my order of the Z8, brother? You have it?
Well, it's one of the boxes on the back shelf.
That's funny. Chuckster, man, what's up, man?
Nothing much. Just in here chatting away. Peter Gregg was in here with us for a couple of hours, about 2.5 hours.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. The Christmas tree.
We were all in the Christmas spirit for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that guy has that guy has a lot of good stories.
Yeah, he does. He's a lot of fun. He really is. Yeah, this
Storyteller.
David came in talking about these film cameras, and man, here we go. All the film camera lovers are chiming in.
Yes, I want to answer Matthew's comment on how he started with the F5 and how it's a great camera. It still is a great camera, and the only reason why I picked up an F6 is because my eyesight is not as good. So for those of you who use the F5, you know that when it focuses, it doesn't, the little focusing brackets don't light up. And so, you know, you're just pretty much, you know, and because I shoot on film and each shot is like $10 now, you can't afford to have any misses. So with the F6, I get the little focus brackets light up. So that's the only reason why I picked up the F6. Otherwise, I still would have stayed with the F5. Plus, I picked up a Voigtlander 58, and the F6 has the little focus confirm light when you're focusing. So that's a huge help with that.
Hey, David, when you used to work at Sammy's in Pasadena, was Jason and Roman still there?
Yeah.
They were still there?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I worked at Sammy's a long time ago. I worked there 2013 to about 2015. So,
How was it? How was it working there?
It was good. There was a lot of good things. I just
was the pay well?
It was. Yeah, especially if I saw Canon and
It's commission based plus hourly?
Yeah, it was hourly plus commission.
Okay.
And the commission again was based on whatever camera manufacturer was offering their commissions that month.
Nice.
The only thing I didn't like was the whole work. What is it, like corporate? What do you call it? Corporate
BS.
Corporate ethic, or
What do you mean, like politics?
Like the politics, yeah, because it was so weird because I got written up twice for not socializing with my coworkers.
Oh,
but I'm like, I'm not really here to make friends. Like I'm here to work and I'm here to sell cameras, you know. So it was really weird that whole aspect, you know. So whatever.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it was because you would think it would be the other way, right? Like they will write you up for too much socializing. So yeah, but they really wanted you to socialize with your coworkers. It was so weird.
Well, I have no problem doing that. That's easy.
Yeah,
But
and no, and I don't mind. I mean, I'm all about socializing, but it was just weird that I got written up for that. You know, so
what was there like people that would come in and like the manager would feed in the car business? They would call him a spoon. Like he spooned me, meaning like, you know, baby spoon. Like you know, was a friend of a friend's, and he would favor a salesman, and he would give the big sales to his favorite salesman on the floor in the car business. Was it like that for the camera store business?
It probably was. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you know what? I don't know. I never noticed that.
Like the VIPs, you know, like who would handle
Well,
the VIPs?
we did have VIP photographers, and yeah, it was always like the top salesman or the manager herself.
Okay, the top salesman.
Yeah,
the top salesman would handle the VIPs, huh?
Yeah,
the big orders.
Yeah, and it would suck because sometimes they will come in and I was like, oh, I'm waiting for so and so. Oh, I'm just gonna wait for so and so, and I'm like, well, I can help you if you should. And then they will wait for so and so, and then they would just like pick some accessory up, like a battery or something. And I'm like, oh, okay, thanks.
Hey, space people,
Yeah.
I'm gonna jump in here.
I was just gonna say same thing, Chuck. Space people, we don't have a Z8. I wish we did.
Well, you know, there was a Nikon rep with the FedEx guy, and he told me I can't talk about the Z8 right now. I can't even mention that it's a baby Z9 or anything like that, or they'll just take it back. So I can't talk about all the video capability in it or any of that, or even the size being so much more familiar to us, like a D850. It really feels good in the hand, but I can't talk about any of that either. And I promised I wouldn't, so I'm not going to say anything.
And Nikon, if Nikon really, if the Nikon, if they love me, they can send me one, and I'll run it through the riggers for them, and I'll give them an honest opinion. They may not want that though. I don't know, but
he wasn't sure if I could speak about the 180 to 600, but he said it'd probably be best that I don't either.
Nikon's sending me and Chuck a free Z8. So for all the work we do, right, Chuck?
Yeah, exactly.
I think they're going to give you a framed photo of a Z8.
They're going to gift wrap it and say Merry Christmas.
Yeah. Say, is this what you want? It's in a frame. Is this what you want?
So guys, I'm sorry I can't talk about any of that right now.
Chuck had to sign an NDA twice just to make sure it's
yeah.
In, you know?
No, actually, it was the FedEx man, but it was for my neighbor. So I helped him carry all the boxes over to my neighbor because he dropped it at the wrong house. Even though Nikon called me last night and said that there would be a delivery today and somebody would be here with the delivery to talk about it, I have no idea what they're talking about. So.
It'd be nice to get the Z8, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would. It really would.
And speaking of Z8, so where I think there would be more chatter about new cameras would have been at the Ritz camera monthly. I forgot what they would call it, but what they had us do every month, we would go to all the stores would meet up to do this massive meeting. It was training, but it was mostly gossip, like what would happen at the other stores, and that's where we would hear about new things and things that weren't released yet. But you know, fortunately, that doesn't exist anymore. So I think that's probably where, if it were still around, we would have had more news on the Z8.
Yeah, I bought a few lenses from a guy that used to work at Sammy's counter. I bought a few lenses like I.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
There you go. Now we do.
Am I still here?
Yep.
Yeah. David, correct me if I'm wrong. I think, I mean, I used to almost live at a Ritz Photo. I used to go there. I knew the manager. I talked to her all the time. And because my wife would want to go to the mall shopping, and Ritz Photo was the only store that I cared about in the whole mall. So I would live there, and I'd say, I'll see you in an hour. You go do what you want to do. I'll be at Ritz Photo. But One thing my perception was that too many times the camera stores were, whether it be the management or the district manager or whatever, would be, okay, they would push the sales staff to promote a certain brand. 1 month it might be Nikon, next month it might be Canon. And I'm not talking just about normal, Nikon sales event or Canon sales events, but sometimes it just seemed like, whether it was due to inventory, how much inventory they had or whatever, certain brands would get pushed, and I'd be in there watching it, and I'd be like, that always ticked me off, because once again, you weren't necessarily matching a camera to the person at that point. You were just pushing a certain brand because you were told to.
Yeah,
Hey,
and
sorry,
the reason.
It's all right, buddy. You sound good now.
No, I was just gonna say that I responded to a Craigslist ad once, and the guy was selling a couple of Nikon lenses, and we met up at a parking lot. And I'm going, hey man, don't you work at Sammy's? I've seen you around. He goes, yeah, I'm Sammy's camera salesman. Kind of cool. I bought lenses from him. I'm like, are these lenses from your store?
No, you know what must have happened? So it's Sammy's, and I'll get back to your comment, Jeff. What happened at Sammy's, we would always get random people, like I'm talking random, like, and very sketchy people, like super sketch. They will come in, and then in a cardboard box, they will have pro gear. I'm talking D3s, 70-200s, SB800s, and say, "Oh, I'm selling these," but we wouldn't buy them because they look sketch. So I think what must have happened to you, Vahagan, was that maybe a salesperson, maybe they caught up to him at the parking lot, they bought it and then resold it. That's probably
No. I was just joking with him.
Oh.
I was joking. But
yeah, but we would always get like some strange looking people coming in with like top notch gear, and I was tempted to buy it, but I was like, no, that's not ethically right. So I was like, I never did it. But Jeff, yeah, to answer your question, yeah. So at Ritz, it was so funny because at Ritz, what would happen was that the corporate would see the numbers at the end of the month, and they would see whatever brand or product wasn't selling. So their whole thing was like, let's get the numbers up for the investors or for whoever was paying them, and let's just push that. And that's all we would push because they just wanted to see the numbers. And it didn't happen in my store, thank goodness, knock on wood, or at least not that I knew of. But what would happen is some of the stores wanted to stay in the how do you say it? Stay in good light.
Good graces.
Good grace, yeah. They wanted to be in the good graces of corporate. So what they would do is that they would sell the like whenever you would pick up prints, they would actually sell it under whatever product they were trying to push that month. Does that make sense? So there's no. It's like whenever because I would hear stories from the other bigger stores, and I'm like, man, it's like no wonder they went down.
Well,
yeah, F-stop
they went
exactly,
down because the owner owned also the guy who owned Ritz also owned a boat manufacturing company, and that was when gas prices way back when the gas prices at the marinas like went through the roof and boat sales crashed, and he wasn't selling his boats, and he had to decide whether he wanted to keep his boating business open or the camera stores, and he decided to dump the camera stores to keep his boat building business open. And that's
and I didn't even know about that whole.
Yeah, he had two major businesses that he owned, and one was boats and one was cameras. And
is Ritz camera still around?
No,
I think they have a website on eBay because I actually bought my my tripod off of Ritz eBay about a year ago. So
I think
because I bought a what was it, I'm looking at it right now, but it's one of those Manfrotto tripods. It was like $300, and I picked it up for $50, brand new. So
I think Sammy's camera is like the West Coast B&H.
Yeah,
they're actually bigger, man. They have like 4 locations. They have one in Santa Ana, Orange County, Fairfax.
Yeah, and I realized that because I was driving by Culver City the other day, that one's gone. I was pretty sad to see the building empty.
Hey Chuck, you will love the Sammys in Hollywood, Fairfax. Man, 4 stories. They got like each story is like specific for what you're looking for. Like they got a whole floor on just video. It's really cool.
Plus the smell. That building has a particular smell when you walk in.
Smell of money. The smell of money.
It smells like something, but I'm like, when you smell it, you know you're at Sammy's. Or at least the Fairfax one.
Space people just brought up right before I was typing it when I saw your comment, about f-stoppers, and I pulled this comment up as well. F-stoppers nightly pandemic journal live streams were pretty entertaining back in 2020, but their stories about working at Ritz are hilarious. I mean, man, they were bad. Those guys were bad. And I guess they worked together. That's how they actually met each other, was working at Ritz. It's hilarious if you guys want to go back and check it out. But
yeah, those were pretty funny. Yeah, when I was listening to them, I was like, oh, I remember that.
Yeah, Mozman's confirming there's still a Ritz camera online. I didn't realize that. I wonder if that's been there since the stores closed or whether that's recent. I don't know.
As I said, that's where I bought my tripod from.
Wow.
Like it was connected to their, because what was it? I think I found it on their eBay, and then it says, oh, if you want more products, go to our website, but I didn't bother. So.
No, if you guys are ever in LA, I suggest you guys visit Sammy's on Fairfax, man. That place is like history. The first floor is full of like, the printing and
film,
and you got everything, lights, tripods, video, cameras. They got a whole.
They even have like a Leica store within a store.
They have that. Is that old man still around? The old man that takes care of the Leica stuff?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't been in there in a long time.
I know Carlos. He does the video stuff over there. He's a really cool guy. Yeah, no, you got to visit that store. There used to be another store I would buy stuff from. Calumet. You heard of Calumet?
Oh yeah, on Highland.
Mm-hmm.
They were on Highland.
Highland, yeah. So, Hey, Chuck.
Yeah.
What are you eating?
What do you think?
M&M's. Nice. Hey, I just booked Leah from Snapchick on my show. So
cool.
So she'll be on Vahography Talk on May 16th, Tuesday.
Cool, man.
So you guys bookmark that. It'll be a really cool show. They've been around the YouTube circles for a long time. And we're looking forward to having them on my show, So
yeah, I haven't watched them for a couple or so years, but 5-6 years ago, I was watching her. Yep, Leah, the Snap Chick.
The Snap Chick, yeah. So yeah, looking forward to that.
I think the only video I saw from her was when she did the Nikon F6 review. And that was around the time I was trying to buy one, which I did. I was like, I wonder if other people are still using it. And yeah, it wasn't a very good review, but yeah, it helped in my decision in buying one.
Matthew Carr.
Anybody makes the venture to B&H, let us know. I still have ATR Bear. That's Ted, Albert Jimenez, and Paul Connors. And others, Long Rider. I mean, quite a few other folks that want to do a get together down there. And again, if you're going to B&H, it'd be a great opportunity if it happened to be at the same time. We could all get together and have a good time. Do a photo shoot without taking photos. That's what we did last time.
I might be in the East Coast, New York area in July. So. I want to go to B&H. I haven't been there, actually. I've been to B&H. Can you believe it? But, yeah, I might be in New York, Chuck, in July.
All right, man. We'll have to do a link up, no doubt about that.
Hell yeah. It's going to be fun.
Absolutely. Jim Guru Rat. So do you all have your own YouTube channels? So, well,
I have a channel, but there's nothing in it. There's like one wedding video that I took. I mean, you can look me up. I'm mostly on Instagram, but I think primarily I just focus on my website. But yeah, you can find me under the Drunk Wedding Photographer on Instagram, YouTube, Google. I will be uploading some videos soon. It's just that I picked up a Panasonic Lumix for video. I was waiting for the full frame ZFC, but since Nikon hasn't done it, I had to pick up a little.
Well, that's not going to do you any good for your channel, is it?
No. It's because they're starting. Okay, so it's funny because I don't do video, and I'm not even a digital shooter. I'm like a 20% digital shooter. So it's like my needs are very, very specific for video, where I want something compact. I want something that doesn't require a gimbal. That was like my main thing. It's like, getting into a gimbal, doing audio. It's like, man, it's a whole different ballgame. And it's like, I didn't want to invest in a whole system over again. And the Lumix G100, I think I picked it up for like $450, and I got a little lens for $100. I spent like $500, like almost $600 after taxes and shipping. So, and it does pretty good video. I'm actually quite surprised at how stable and how good the quality is. So,
yeah, Mosman.
And it's little, and it's a little camera, so I could just throw it in my pocket and just take it out and boom, take video. So that's one of the reasons that I picked that one up. But hopefully, I'm keeping my fingers crossed that Nikon releases something like that. Something, because I would have gone for the Z30, but it didn't have a stabilizer built in. So.
Oh, no IBIS, yeah.
Yeah, so that's the only reason why I didn't pick that. Otherwise, it's a perfect camera for my needs. But
Mosman says, Jim Guru Rat, aren't you Michael, the Fuji guy from Huntington Beach? Yeah.
Well, I use Fujifilm.
So what's up, Chuck? What's new, man? What's new with you? What's going on and what did I miss over here?
Well, we're making the rounds now, pretty much covering what we had talked about before. I mean, there's no way to replicate the stories from Peter Gregg, but he was a lot of fun. I love it now that maybe he's become a friend and wants to join us from time to time. I need to go over and check him out on his live stream, even though, like he said, he goes, I'm liable to talk about anything from grills to, kitchen knives or whatever. That'd be all right. That'd be a nice break. Go over and enjoy that chat.
Yeah. Let's see. Nice.
Let's see. I'm trying to keep up with the chat today. Yeah, Gray's dropped a new video. I've got it queued up. I haven't watched it yet. I don't know if you got to see it before you came on, Vahagan, but Andy watched it. Andy Miller over in UK, he watched it. And I guess there really wasn't much to talk about. It's just funny that all of a sudden Z8 is in their thumbnail, like it's finally real. So interested to go over and watch it.
Yeah, no, I haven't done any of that today at all. Let's see. I'm just catching up on my emails and stuff. Hey, man, you got 75 in here. It's pretty cool.
Oh, we had 80 something a little earlier.
And to answer Ed Bear's comment about the Lumix G100 for being a good hybrid shooter, yeah, it's actually a really good camera. Although I have to say that the menu system is atrocious, and I almost sold it because of that, because the menu just sucks. Like you there's nothing about it in the menu system you can get to right away. But after you sit down and you actually take the time to read the manual and figure out what they call their things on their menu system, yeah, it's a pretty good little camera for both stills and video. Mostly video. It's mostly a video camera more than anything.
Speak of ATR Bear, Mr. Ted. Ted trying to put together another photo walk with all the folks in here talking about wanting to go to B&H. If we could coordinate that, or, the majority of the folks that, if they actually do want to go, set that up, that'd be fun. Because I know you guys have been on me to get back down there again. I'd love to do that. That'd be fun. Have another big group gathering down in New York City. And if you want to do street photography, it's one of the places to go. I'm not saying it's the best or the only, but it's one of the places to go for certain. Russell, Russell, I hate to say this, but I don't recognize the name, but that's a good thing. I mean, you found us, unless I'm just completely senile, which is very possible. And you've been in here many times chatting before, but welcome. He says he just watched the Gray's video, nothing really, but still a good watch. Okay, yeah, I enjoy watching. It's always fun to watch their videos, and of course, the live streams I really enjoy. Not all of them. I mean, they're good, but sometimes it's just a topic that I really don't care about.
Hey,
But
Ted,
way it
Ted,
goes.
how do you like your D3X, man? I know he bought a D3X.
Yep.
Because I finally just discovered you. Don't know how it took me so long.
Well, we're trying to hide over here, I guess, for whatever reason, or the algorithm just isn't pushing me, which is the reason. Drop a like, folks. If you enjoy our community, drop a like. It's the latter part of this stream today, and we are winding down, but we can get pretty energetic in here in the conversation and everything else. So,
I think we usually only attract AARP members.
Absolutely.
Hey, Moz.
You know, speaking of, I got one of those in the mail. Or something for seniors, and I'm like, I'm nowhere near that age.
But 50 and above, man, that's when the AARP starts. That's
yeah. In fact, let me see if I can find. Well, I don't remember where it is, but yeah, I got some letters from like this other one where they're like, "Oh, welcome to the club," and I'm like, I never signed up.
Yeah, it's a great club. Yeah.
I'm like, okay, that was interesting. Yeah, because I guess because of my my habits online, I guess they think that I'm a retired senior. So I'm like, okay, thanks. No, you know what I even get? You know those little catalogs with like those products for senior citizens, like the water shower things, and you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
The orthopedic shoes. Yeah, I get those.
The hurricane. I like that one. The hurricane.
Yeah, I get those in the mail, so I'm like, oh, okay. But on the other hand, I'm happy because I keep the algorithm on its toes. So
yep.
Well, you're happy because you're not there yet and interested in
right? That. Yeah, man. I see that with my grandparents. I'm like, oof. But I'm happy to say that I have good genes because my great grandparents, they were at least in their hundreds when they passed away. So yeah, they have that native blood. So I'm like, oh yes, so at least so long as
great.
Yeah,
it's great healthy. Genes, man. Yeah.
I know. Yeah. And a full set of hair too. So I was happy to see that.
Yeah.
So Matthew says he sees you have your 200 F2 for sale.
Yeah, man. Finally decided to part with it. I mean, I was going back and forth. People tell me keep it, but I mean, I don't use it. I don't know. If somebody wants it, let me know. $3,850.
Chuck, sell yours with Vahagan. They'll do a 2 for sale.
There you go. Absolutely.
If somebody wants it, it's in great condition. It's the one I'm reviewed on my channel. You can see it right there. It's perfect condition. Just cover the shipping and insurance, and it's yours. We could do PayPal. So yeah, Chuck. I was just going back and forth, man. I was like, yeah, I'd keep it, but Yeah,
I need to get off my butt and sell all my stuff. I got see the little city skyline behind me, the AP Studios. Well, that's all lenses. It's all lenses that I haven't used forever now, and they all need to go. I just need to do it. That's all.
I felt the same way with my 180 f2. It's a gorgeous lens, and the rendering on it is gorgeous, but I never use it.
Yeah,
so I was like, you know what? And then the issue was that it started to leak. So I was like, oh, I better just sell it. And obviously, I told the customer, hey, it's leaking. You're gonna have to service it. So, but yeah, they bought it.
In the future, I'll probably end up revisiting it again. But right now, I have a lot of equipment to buy, so I gotta just I have the Z8, and I haven't even bought the 85 yet, and I'm also planning on buying the 600 TC. So that's a big chunk of change right there. So
shoot, man, yeah, that is a chunk of change.
I know.
Hey, Russell, me too. Don't tell anybody.
And I did the same with the 8514D. I had it for a while and I sold it because I was like, I don't use it, and then I missed it, so I bought it again.
So I just went on KEH and I put in a bunch of my F-mount glass, and I'm sorry, but I'm not going to sell my 100 millimeter macro lens for $110. It ain't happening.
I know, like some of the prices when you're trying to sell them,
prices are so disgustingly bad that I don't know. You're better off try to just sell it yourself rather than to one of those places, because they have to get it cheap to be able to flip it and sell it for more money. So, but I'm not going to sell a perfectly good, what was a $900 or almost $1,000 lens for $100. That's like in mint condition. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, no, it's better to just set it off yourself.
Yeah, I know, Greg. But I'm going all in, all mirrorless, and I know that I could go the FTC route, but I just don't shoot it as much. I used to say all the time, I actually did shoot it quite a bit a while back. It's been a while back. You'll find a reason to take that lens out, and I still believe that if you have it. But well, I shouldn't say if you have it, because I have it and I don't, but you just move on, and I'm liking the 85 1.2 right now. I'm going to try to figure out how to use that in the same way that I use the 200 f2. I know it won't be the same. It probably can't possibly compare, but I'm going to try.
Nick's funny.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see the comment now. Harvey, I'll come to New York so you can make a video for your channel. I'll wrap a rag around my head, old Yashica, and polish your shoes. Crazy. Oh,
that's funny. Rod Run Ran. Thanks, brother. Yeah, no, I'm gonna get the 85 1.2 and compare with the 105 1.4, and I like the 105 1.4. I'm gonna keep that around because I still have DSLRs that I would love to use that lens with. So who knows, man? I might just keep the 200 f2. It's hard to see lenses like that go. But
no, it didn't. No, it didn't. No, it is not.
Yeah,
nope.
You miss it when it's gone, Chuck.
Yeah, but you don't miss it long.
Yeah, you only miss it for a couple of weeks, and then you're like, eh.
Yeah, that 135 1.8 does sound interesting, Matthew. I agree with you. It's one of the lenses that I'd definitely be looking at. I don't know how much I would actually use it, but that doesn't matter for me. It's want versus need, as you all know. So,
man, if the funds were unlimited, I'd have all the lenses, man. Right?
Oh yeah,
all of them. Stacked.
Every camera brand, every camera within their brand, every lens within their brand.
If I had unlimited funds, my Nikon item would be the Nikon F with that special case they had. It was like this big leather case. You guys ever seen that? I've only seen it once in the flesh, and so it was like a box case, all made of leather, and you would open it, and then it will have like a little compartment for the F, and then it will have mounts on the case where you could put 3 lenses on it. It was so cool. I've only seen it once, and if I had unlimited money, that's what I would buy.
Yes, Woody wins the award today. We have to get that in every stream. Thank you, Woody. Wow, you guys are still on?
That's nothing. It's 3 hours.
Yeah.
This is like casual Wednesday,
Thanks, Woody. I appreciate it, though, man. Oh, that comment has to come up at least once in every show. I can't go until that comment comes up, by the way.
Are you shutting it down when you go under 35?
No, let's not even put a number on it today, because that doesn't look like it's going to happen anytime soon. So many people, this is the Europe day. I mean, this is the day that's very convenient for Europe because it's in the evening after work for everybody and everything else. and they can actually tune in and enjoy. Before that happens, though, on the U.S. side, we get to go through all the time zones for lunchtime. And it was during one of those time zones, I think it was Mountain Time Zone period, we hit the 80-something mark. So, I mean, it's just, I love watching the number. I hope you guys don't think I'm obsessed with the viewers, but it's just fun watching it. And I can kind of see trends building with when people come in and when people leave. And now we have somebody else. Is that Vahagan just came back? Okay.
So do you see that on your restream or on your YouTube?
It's on Restream.
Okay, yeah, 'cause I can't see it on Restream as a guest.
No, what you can do though is if you have the live stream pulled up on another window, I mean, obviously muted, you can at least look and see how many people are in and likes and things like that. But yeah, you know, I just love watching that. And then on Saturday night, we get all the folks from Asia or in the Asian region. And it's funny because they come in at stages as well, because it starts early morning for them and then works its way into the afternoon. And then, of course, last Saturday, let's see, was it last Saturday? Yeah, no, Saturday before, for the 10.5-hour stream, as crazy as that is, man, I got to see a whole lot of people come through the stream. So YouTube doesn't give me the actual stats other than an average of people that were in the viewing, you know, throughout the stream. And it gives me a peak of the total, the highest number that it peaked at during the stream. But I'm still guessing there are maybe even more now, maybe 250 to 300 people that will filter through this stream over a given period. But I mean, come on, 10.5 hours, of course. Everybody's got time to go wash their car, you know, bathe the kids, put them to bed.
Go get groceries.
Build a house, go get groceries. So it's really interesting.
Hey, Chuck.
Yes, sir.
Two people that come to mind right now that I haven't heard from in a while.
Yeah.
Paul Connors and Charles.
Yeah, Charles is just taking a break. I communicate with him from time to time. He hasn't gone anywhere, but he's just taking a break. I don't know why, honestly, or I don't know why, but anyway, I've kept in touch with him. He knows we still love him, and that's all that matters. Paul Connors is finishing up his employment for his retirement. So he jumped on a job opportunity, and he's making the best of that to get his retirement set up so he can basically get rid of all that work stuff and become a true retired person. So he's been busy. His comment to me was, not in an email, actually talking to him, he said, you know, 5 o'clock comes early in the morning now after all these years. And he said, I'm wore out when I come home, so I'm really not doing anything but reading and going to bed. So that's Paul Connors.
Remember when he was debating going to Ukraine?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And I think he's happy that he made that decision. No, not a good idea or whatever. And, you know, he and I had a long talk. And anyway, I mean, you know, my advice to him was, I wouldn't do it because you have no backup. You have no security. You have nobody covering you. You don't have all the enablers that military have when they're on the ground. And since there is no U.S. military on the ground, wink, wink. What was I going to say? I lost my train of thought. Oh, because there is no, you know, U.S. forces on the ground. It probably wouldn't be a good idea. So anyway, and he thought about it, and, you know, we talked about, you know, the money, the this, the that, the whatever. And, you know, he asked me my opinion, and I told him, you know, like I told people here before, I spent 5 years on the ground in Afghanistan and about 18 months at least on the ground in Iraq. And it would take somebody with big pockets, deep pockets, to even tempt me to go back. And then I would have some rules that they would have to meet before I would do it. So, and I mean deep, deep pockets. I'm not talking 100,000. I'm talking like, multiple millions. And that's ridiculous. Nobody's going to do that, but that's okay. It keeps me from making a stupid decision. But I'm done with that mess. Now it's all about YouTube. This is the new battlefront for me.
And here we are.
I've got a photo that I'm going to post over in AP Studios group. One of my comrades just posted it and asked him if I could share it. And he said, yeah, absolutely. It's a company formation for the company photo. And I didn't even know this. I was looking at the photo, and of course I'm in the photo, but I'm the only one there with a coffee cup. I can't believe I got away with that. I really can't.
Did you have a bag of M&Ms in the other hand?
No, but
No.
but the coffee cup is present. So it just goes to show you how much coffee I don't just drink it now. I've drank coffee like this all my life. Maybe that's the reason I can still get in my jeans, Vahagan. Coffee. Maybe that's the answer to it.
Yeah. Increases your metabolism, I'm sure.
Yeah, which I need real bad. Not.
Yeah.
All right, folks. I see a lot. We've slowed down. We still have 73 people in here, which I absolutely appreciate. A lot of people are kicked back doing whatever they need to be doing, job, night chores, if you're in Europe or whatever. And I appreciate that you want to hang around and listen. That's fantastic. As I've said before, there's really nothing to look at unless we're doing our photo review. But I mean, Vahagan and David have the right idea here with just having the placard up instead of their face. So,
well, I wanted to ask Vahagan about since Jeff and we were talking about what I give to clients as standard for their final product. And we were actually talking about that earlier. Since Joe Mansland is getting married next year, so he was talking about what he wants for his wedding. So my question to you, Vahagan, is what do you give to your clients as standard? And have you seen a trend upward, downwards, in albums, prints, digital files? And so for everyone here present, it's funny because I think I might have met Vahagan years ago, but I didn't know who he was, and obviously he didn't know who I was, because I used to work at in a photo studio in Glendale. So Vahagan tells me that he used to print some of his stuff there. So it's just funny how small world.
Well, first of all, in this day and age, I try to, I tell the clients, just come back to me when you're ready to print. I deliver the digital files to them. I don't give them the raw files, but I give them color corrected JPEGs. And I give them high resolution JPEGs. And I kind of, depending how much work you have. If you're a pretty busy photographer and it's just a one-man band, and you have work every weekend, then you're fine with that. You're fine with just giving digital files. It's fine, because you just want to shoot, edit, and move on to the next show. But, if you're going to make money off the prints and albums, yeah, maybe it's a good idea. But for me right now, I just hate the back end work so much. I just want to shoot and move on to the next gig. I really don't want to make albums. I really don't want to, mess with all that stuff. I'm good with just, hey, pay me for my services. Here are the digital files. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So do you see clients asking for albums, or
if they do, I tell them come back to me after the fact. Yeah. When you're settled down and when you're ready, and then I charge for my albums.
Oh, of course.
But I charge a lot of money for them. If I'm gonna sit down and make an album for you, I'm gonna make money. Get it?
Yeah.
It's gonna be worth my time. I want it to be worth my time. So, I charge anywhere from $1,500 to $2,000 for a book.
Yeah.
So you want an album? You want me to edit it? Do it. If you want to go $300, here's the website. Go ahead and use a website. Yeah, drag and drop. Because I kind of want to go away from that. I was talking to Monochrome Memoirs. Remember, Chuck? We had an interview with him.
Mm-hmm.
Will, he's doing that too, man. All he's doing is digital files. Charge me, pay me for my time and service. Move on to the next gig.
Well, it eliminates a lot of hassle.
Yeah, it's just too much hassle. I mean, if I had guys doing it for me. That's different, but yeah, I don't want to sit there and make an album. You know, I just hate sitting in front of a computer.
Same here.
Like seriously, I hate it. You know, so
Yeah, and I've never offered albums, mostly because I used to design and help in the whole album design and printing process, and I was like, I'm
Yeah.
never doing this for myself.
well, wedding
So-
photography, yes. Like I'm kind of like it's my job, right? Like, do I enjoy it? I enjoy making money, but that's not my favorite thing to shoot. Like my favorite thing to shoot, if I was to go out and shoot things that I really like, I wouldn't mind making a book. I wouldn't mind making a portrait or a wall canvas, you know, because I enjoy it.
Mhm.
But wedding photography, I've done so much that it's just wedding photography to me.
Oh no, I know. Yeah, after a while, you're like, man, like, should I even still be doing this? Because it's like get burned out after a while, and not so much like actually working the wedding. It's more like just dealing with the clients beforehand.
Yeah,
You
and
know,
I'm
'cause
actually looking forward to the AI in digital processing.
I
Because
am as well.
if that comes through, and that's pretty good, I'm just gonna set it up where like it does everything for me. I don't have to do anything. Just press a button and let it adjust the raw files for me.
Yeah, and it sucks because I'm in an SEO group, and so a
Yeah.
lot of photographers there, mostly wedding photographers, they're all scared and they're like, no, you know, it's going to kill our business. I'm like, well, it can, but if you know how to harness what AI has to provide, I think it could help you. Like, see, for me, as a film shooter, there's certain shots that I want to take, but I'm like, oh, I don't know if it's going to look good. So sometimes I hesitate and I don't shoot it simply because I have to count. I'm limited on the number of shots that I can do because I bring a certain amount of rolls to each wedding, depending on, you know, how long I'm there, how much they paid. I kind of figured that in my head. Okay, this wedding I could do it with 10 rolls, whereas this wedding I could do it with 20, so I'm more free to shoot more creative shots. So with AI, what I've seen is that you feed it an image and it could build like the feet or arms that you accidentally cut off. And I think that's going to be a game changer if a photographer knows how to harness that power to be able to create a new image from the image that you otherwise would have probably wouldn't have presented to the client. But you know in your heart that it's a good image, but they're not going to like it because someone got cut off or a hand got cut off. And it's funny because with feet, it's like that's one thing that I'm so terrible at cutting feet off. So I'm like, oh man, like that's such a good image, but you can't turn it in because they're gonna be like, oh, that one picture, and your whole shoot was messed up because of that one photo. So
You just got to back up a couple feet. That's all you got to do.
I know, yeah.
Yeah.
I forget to do that, you know, because you're so focused, you know, you're so like in the moment that it's like, man, you just like forget to do certain things. But for me, AI, I think it's gonna be a good thing. Right now, AI has pretty much written most of my copy on for my website, and it's helped me rank. So, because I'm not a very good writer. I mean, I have the ideas, I just don't know how to put them on paper. So that's where AI really helps. If you can give it the commands of the things that you want it to do, and then obviously you have to edit it after the fact so it doesn't sound like a robot. It really does help. So, for me, I welcome AI. You just have to stay ahead of it, and because the way I see it, it's going to happen whether we like it or not. I mean, a few years ago, I literally lost a client because she was upset that my camera could not apply makeup as a filter, and she didn't want to pay for a makeup artist. So I'm like, wait, why do you just pay $100 for the makeup artist? She's like, whoa, that's too much money. You know, can you just do it? I'm like, no. So, you know, it's going to happen, you know, so you just have to stay ahead of it.
Just want to shout out to Nancy Jane joined us, or as I call her, NASA Jane.
Hey, NASA Jane. Hey.
Oh, NASA Jane.
You know, I used to work, so as I mentioned earlier, I used to work at La Cañada Camera, and I think Nancy would know. It's like, I want to say like half a mile from JPL, Jet Propulsion Laboratory. And man, like I remember there was this one guy, I forgot his name, but he used to come in and and he would say, "Oh, can you help me with my camera?" And I would try to help him with the camera, but he just wouldn't get it. Like, I would try to be as basic as possible with teaching him how to use his camera. But he just wouldn't get it. And it amazed me how like people like him are so incredibly smart, and they can put things on the moon. But when it comes to like super basic things, it's like just goes right over their head. So
yeah, some of the smartest people you'll ever meet can't put a light switch in a house.
Yeah. So that was incredible.
I'm not going to pay somebody to do that. I can't do that. It's okay.
Yeah, that was incredible and it was weird because like they kept telling me, "Oh, JPL officially doesn't exist, but everybody knows it's there." I don't know. It was weird.
Hey guys, we're down to 66 folks watching, and that may be enough for me to say it's about time to pull the plug. I didn't eat lunch today, and I had a very light breakfast, and I'm just making excuses right now, but I am getting a bit hungry.
You can't get any thinner, Chuck.
I know.
You got to eat one.
I know. My wife was concerned about that too. She goes, "Since you quit traveling, you have lost a lot of weight." Yeah, I don't know what it was about traveling. Maybe it was just eating in every airport I was in and whatever. No, Mozman, I came back so you can't leave. I'm sorry, Executive Order 66. Yeah, I missed the comments jump so quick, but yeah, I think it's about time for me to get out of here. Poor Vaughan, he's having a heck of a time. His Wi-Fi must be giving him fits there. That's you, V.
And Nancy says, "I'm amazed at rocket engineers who can't get a jam out of a copier." Yeah, you know exactly what you're talking about.
Well, me too. I'm amazed at people wow, man, V's having a rough day. I'm amazed at people over in Nikon Rumors that see a SEPA rating for the first time ever and think that it's actually 270 shots for a battery. You know, these are probably people that are in very high-paying jobs, very intelligent people, but yet that eludes them.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yep, got you now.
Hey, I just want to add one thing though. What I mentioned about the prints and the albums. That's just me. That's my situation.
No, yeah. That's what I'm asking you specific. Yeah.
If you're starting a business, it's good. It's wise to offer those kind of things because people want it. It shows off your work. But for me, I'd rather not right now because it just takes too much of my time. If they want it, but that's necessarily not the right thing to do. I just want people to know that.
yeah. Because there was a guy earlier. He was asking for advice. I don't think he's on anymore. I haven't seen his chats anymore. But I was telling him what I do. I give my client a proof set, and then an online gallery. If they want to print more, or if they want to print like what are those called, greeting cards or whatever, then they can do that on their own time. And the lab does it all on their end, so I don't have to worry about it. They order it, they print it, the lab prints it, ships, and I just see the money. So
no, and if you have a Steven working behind the scenes, you're paying him by the hour. Yeah, dude, for sure. Have him make the albums. You know?
Hey man, Steven makes everything better.
Yeah, well, my Steven is my lab, so well, I use two labs, so you know, it's like I would not be in business had it not been for my two labs because they really do all the heavy lifting.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm so thankful for them. And again, it's funny because like I used to be in that situation. You know, I used to be the lab. I used to do all the heavy lifting for photographers. So
yep.
I was like, man, like I'm so thankful for them.
All right, guys, let me get out of here real quick before everybody's gone over there that are in here viewing, because I do want to plug the photo review that's coming up Saturday night, 9 p.m. Eastern time. Adjust for your own time zone, and all the information's down in the description. It's really simple. If you'd like to participate, and come on over, we don't attack anybody. We don't pixel peep. We don't. Well, sometimes we pixel peep, not because we're pixel peeping, because we want to see whatever it is that's hiding behind the cash register this is in reference to Mark Weston's photo of a waiting room in a garage in somewhere in Texas in the early 80s, which is, anyway, if you didn't see it, you wouldn't understand. Sorry, inside story. But anyway, there is a theme this month. It's anything you shot in April. However, April of 2023. I always have to put that in there because Mozman, man, he's precise, and he'll say April of when.
2005.
But look, don't worry about it. If you don't have anything you shot in April, that's okay, because it's really just about sharing your work and things that you're doing, something you're proud of, whatever photo it may be. So by all means, grab a photo that you like, that you've taken, and, join the gang. We'll be in here Saturday night to go over all these photos. Also, by the way, anybody that would like to sit on the panel and talk about the photos, you're more than welcome to do so. So by all means, join us on the panel as well. And there's the cat perfect timing, yelling at me. So anyway, you were going to say something real quick, David?
No.
Oh, all right. Well, that's easy.
Since I'm so is it like a photo critique or is that?
It's
photo share.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's more about just sharing your photo. If you want some feedback, there are people, I'm sure there are folks that would be happy to give you feedback. I mean, we may make some kind of a comment like, I love the lighting, or maybe it could be a stop brighter or whatever, things like that. But we're not in here to tear anybody down. We're really just having a good time and letting people share what they're proud of. So that's it. But you're more than welcome to participate, David. I wish you would.
Yeah, I will.
All right. All right. So again, everything's in the description. Don't worry about it. It's easy to do. And I'll be putting all these photos into a folder and getting it ready for Saturday night, starting probably this evening, because I already have, I think 10 or 12 by now. I think a couple of other people.
I sent you something just before I went on with you.
Yeah, I saw it, Jeffrey. So I have not responded to the way I work. This is as I put it in the folder and copy whatever notes you've provided into a Word document here, so I can keep up with who did what. I'll just reply to your email that you sent with the photo saying got it and thank you very much, and I'll see you in the show. For those that send photos, you do not have to be present Saturday night. And if you're not, then we're going to tear your photo apart. Let me tell you. No, I'm just kidding. No, obviously we won't do that. Obviously we won't do that. But I like it when if you send a photo, it's nice if you're here so you can explain even more, because we often have questions about, what you took, where you took it, or why you took it, or whatever. And feel free to jump in to the chat if you happen to be around and wait for your photo. We go through the photos as I receive them. So if you don't want to be at the very end, then I suggest you get your photo in sooner rather than later. And I try to plan this on the 3-hour budget for the stream, although we're going to go over, but the 3-hour budget, meaning whatever number of photos we have in there, the timer goes off with each photo. We try to continue to move through them to get through it in at least 3 hours. Now, if we get an abnormal number of photos, we'll extend that. But then again, a lot of people don't want to hang around for 4 hours waiting for their photo to come up. But anyway, thought I'd mention it. It's open for everybody. I don't care who. And let's have a good time. Any parting comments before we get out of here, Vagan?
No. Well, thanks for having me. Thanks for doing this, and really chat. Have a good Wednesday, Jeffrey. Nice to see you.
Yep, same here.
And Mr. Drunk, don't drink too much.
Oh no, I'll keep it to 2 liters minimum.
There you go.
But yeah, thank you, Chuck, Jeff, Hagen. Thank you for having me on. Appreciate it. For everybody still here, follow me on Instagram, YouTube. I don't have any content yet, but you
got to work on that, man.
I'm gonna work on that.
All right.
Yeah, my SEO coach has been pushing me to do it.
There you go.
I have to do it. So
Jeffrey.
Okay, another good stream. We had a lot of interesting conversation. Peter popping in was great. And first time I met him, I think he probably went on your 10.5-hour show where I had left by 12:30 because I had a shoot with Maz early the next morning.
Yep.
So I didn't get a chance to see him then, but it was nice to see him and meet him. And great show. And thank everybody for chiming in and participating.
Yeah, I want to thank everybody. I also want to thank Peter, Greg, who dropped in, as you already mentioned, Jeffrey, and he's welcome back here anytime. I hope you guys enjoyed him dropping in with us, sharing his wisdom over the many years of not just photography, but even YouTube. He's been a success on YouTube for quite a while. So anyway, with that said, all the links are down in the description also for Jeffrey, his channel, Selective Imagery. Of course, Vahagan for Vahography. Peter Gregg, I'm pretty sure I have his link, but there are others in there. Joe Man's Land. I didn't mention Joey, who popped in earlier. Joe Man's Land, the link is there. Go check out these channels. We are the small channels in YouTube, and everything you do helps us out. I'm not talking monetarily. I'm just talking for the algorithm so that more and more people can come around or find us and join us. It's just a lot of fun. Great community going here. I don't want to ruin it, and I'm going to get out of here before that number drops even more. All right, again, thanks, everybody.
All right, everyone, take care. Be safe.
Yes, I'll see everybody Saturday night, and I hope you'll drop a photo so we can enjoy it with you.
Take care.
All right.
Take care.